Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Muy
Good
buenas tardes.
morning, all of you, and good afternoon to our friends that are listening from Europe or other sides of the world. Today is June 29th, 2022, and we are on the second day of the Summit for Electoral Democracy in the Regional Forum of the Americas. Today, we are going to have three different panels, and I would like to mention also that we have held the summit in Europe on 8th and 9th June, and then next August 11 and 12, we are going to have Asia's summit on the 25th and 26th of July, Africa's summit, and maybe we are going to reschedule the date for the Arab region. Well, to start with this meeting today, I am going to introduce to our moderator, who is Dr. Laura Makosaitite, who was chairman of the Central Electoral Commission of Lithuania. Please, Laura, you have the floor.
So, good morning, good afternoon, maybe good morning sounds better. So, dear colleagues, friends, dear Manuel, it's a great honor and actually a privilege to participate in such a great, wonderful event, a regional forum. Thank you for such an opportunity. And firstly, I want to say a huge thank you to the organizers for such a wonderful event. Congratulations. And today's first panel discussion is democracy, digital platforms, and freedom of expression. And there is no doubt that these three categories, democracy, as I mentioned, digital platforms, and freedom of expression are closely related. And freedom of expression is no doubt that is fundamental to democracy, to each democracy in nowadays world. And freedom of expression in speech and text has never been greater than it is today. But it should be noted that in the 21st century, this relationship creates not only benefits, but also some challenges. And democracy relies on citizens' abilities to obtain information on public matters, understand them, and deliberate about them. Even though digital platforms provide citizens with new opportunities to access information, this is very good. Express opinions, sounds wonderful, yes, and participate in democratic processes. They can also undermine democracy by distorting information, promoting false stories, and facilitating political manipulation. This sounds not very good. On the other hand, these platforms provide new opportunities for expanding and improving democracy. But it's important to note two things. The freedom of expression is not absolute, and we should understand this. And what is illegal offline should be illegal online. The same rules online and offline. We cannot talk about the different rules. And nowadays, each democracy ensures each person's right to say their opinion about what's going on, including the opinion about politicians, political campaign participants, I mean candidates, and of course the whole political or electoral process. In other words, it ensures the same freedom of expression. And recent tendencies show that digital platforms are becoming more and more popular. And we see that. We all, or most of us, we have pages in Meta, LinkedIn, or other social media platforms, digital platforms. And it's understandable. Digitalization has introduced new platforms for communication, which represent a host of opportunities for freedom of expression. By publishing posts or running ads on social media, persons, including political campaign participants, I mean candidates or political parties, and of course voters, can reach audiences that otherwise may not have been paying attention to the specific topic and build name recognition. Highlight important issues and call attention to the shortcomings of opponents. But the new technologies also imply problems, not least about the limits of freedom of expression. Particularly problematic is the relationship between freedom of expression and personal privacy. So from one side, everything seems great. But when we look a bit deeper, there are a lot of challenges and problems. That's why I will ask our speakers to tell us about this and much more. And our first speaker will be Frederico Franco Olvin, head of the Countering Disinformation Unit of Brazil's Superior Electoral Court. And actually, I'm sure he will share with us very interesting information. But firstly, very briefly about the rules. And later I will give the floor for our speakers. So for each speaker, I will give 15 minutes. And after all presentations, we will have a Q&A question and answer session where I will give approximately 5 minutes for each speaker to answer the questions. So if someone wants to ask a question, if someone has a question, please write us a message, and later I will read a question and I will ask to answer our speakers. So dear Federico, please make your presentation. You have, as I mentioned, 15 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Gracias, doctora Laura. Buenos días.
Thank you very much, Dr. Laura. Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. I think that this discussion about democracy and freedom of expression right now needs, before all, a debate and a discussion about the context. So I am going to emphasize this area. We all know that technological progress and the success of platforms, of videos, on the message applications and social media have changed forever, not only the way we live in the world, but also the systematic way in which we communicate and the way to do politics. The issue is that current reality has multiplied the amount of available information, the amount of information produced, and even the way of accelerating the producing information. But parallel to this quantitative growth, we are not able to reach a qualitative a growth of the quality of the information that is around the media. That's why we say that IT technologies in the democratic context are ambivalent by nature. On the one side, we have positive effects that have to do with the citizens' empowerment. And on the other hand, we have an issue which has to do with the increase of information costs. Well, we all know likewise that this new reality has brought the possibility of manipulating the ethics of data and information. So the flow of the informatic market is imposing a growing concern. But out of 5 new challenges for the democracy in this context, the first one has to do with the hostility of a market of ideas. We have a market of ideas which is quite hostile, where misinformation is traveling at a high speed. We have on a daily basis a deluge, a flow of information, as I've mentioned, a qualitative growth, but not quantitative growth of ideas, information that is circulating around the media. And we also have a prevalence of what we have called psyops, which is accusatory operations that are stimulating symbolic violence. They drop rationality, and hence the quality of public debate is going down. The second issue has to do with the post-truth era or age, where we are living a distortion state, which is deliberate distortion of the reality that has been manipulated by the beliefs, by emotions, in order to influence social attitudes, mainly in the political setting. In this time where facts are less important than the ideas that people arbitrarily are choosing to believe in and or to accredit. This makes us think, first of all, in a new important matter that is set from the philosophical setting, which has to do with the possibility that there is a democracy without minimum consensus regarding the real facts. I mean, if democracy is possible without the factual truth. The third issue has to do with the misinformation itself. This kind of informative lack of order, which is influenced by the massive propagation or broadcasting of fake ideas in order to win. We all know, those that are researching information, that there are different reasons why individuals are producing this lack of information or misinformation. Some of them are doing it due to economic reasons for the monetization of information, but we are sorry, we had an interruption. Somebody has the microphone open.
Perfecto, perdón. Bueno, pero hay personas o grupos que hacen...
But there are some groups that are misinforming due to political and ideological aims. And I am going to give you this last issue. The fourth challenge of democracies, of today democracies, has to do with the fact that we call technopopulism 4.0, or simply calling it cyber populism. We are speaking about a new current way of populist policies that is strengthened by the new digital ecosystem. We are speaking, hence, of the systematic usage, of the general usage of IT in order to make raise in the population negative feelings and to promote systematic attacks to the democratic institutions, the courts, the press, and EMBs. And the last challenge has to do with the fact that the institutions, the democratic institutions, are not ready to counteract misinformation with the same conditions. And this is due to two main reasons. The first one is that the misinformation marketers are using fake profiles or duplicated profiles or anonymous profiles to commit crimes against honor, the democratic state. They use robots and many other ways of not authentic behaviors, even of funding and content farms. Now, on our side, on the EMBs and the institutions that are genuinely committed with the rule of law and the democratic state, we have a communicational answer which respects legality. Hence, from our side, we have an institutional communication which is observing and abiding by the law and respecting institutionality. I mean, we do not attack, even though we are being attacked all the time. In the second place, we need to observe that misinformation marketers are irresponsible, and this is their working method. They have carte blanche to communicate irony, sarcasm, and they use negative emotions. They lie all the time. They use sensationalism, etc. And from our side, we need to be ethical and responsible to practice a communication which is ethical, non-violent, based only in the bureaucratic truth, and bureaucratic truth do not have any interest. So it's time now to discuss effectively if there are legal reasons so that along these specific lines, freedom of expression may suffer some restrictions. According to the public or the audience that we have today, and I am going to speak about the international context and not about the Brazilian context. So I am going to talk about Article 19 of the International Pact of Human and Civic Rights. We identified there that the exercise of freedom of expression implies obligations and duties that are specific. Nevertheless, from this preferential position inside the democratic state, we all know that freedom of speech in some contexts may suffer some restrictions. Since, first of all, these restrictions have legal provisions, I mean that they are provided in the laws. Two, that they are necessary to ensure other people's rights, and that they are necessary to protect safety, security, and public order. What's happening here, as there is a European doctrine by discussing the possibility of a new fundamental right, and undoubtedly polemic right now, which would be the right not to be deceived or misled. I would like to tell you that it seems evident to me that misinformation, and I am not speaking about misinformation in general, but misinformation that is specifically done to place the democratic state in a difficult position, like the misinformation that the EMBs that put the EMBs in a difficult position. It violates the consecrated rights. And I am speaking of the fact that misinformation against the system is compromising popular sovereignty and the right to political participation, which implies the right to normal and authentic elections. Two, it implies some restrictions to the political freedom because manipulation implies a reduction of freedom and to get to the audience. It implies breaches to the right to conform, because in our Latin systems, we understand the fact of the right of misinformation, not only to having the right of a general information, but specifically to a right to have the proper and right information. And lastly, the right to equality, since if we do not have the same right to access of information, is an uncontestable act in this level of settings and actions. That's why I would like to close by telling you that this misinformation against the system, which is looking forward to constructing narratives that are going to justify what is not justifiable, which is the rejection of the results of elections or popular elections, is compromising the constitutional normality and the authenticity of elections because of two main reasons. First of all, because the idea of normal elections, in my point of view, has two main fundamental pillars. The first one has to do with abiding by the rules of the game, the acceptance of the rules of the game. Thus, the misinformation which incentivates this misrespect to the rules of the game has an anti-democratic component, which is very evident. And secondly, because it is risking the pacific nature of electoral competition. Electoral competition are by essence very important tools to avoid conflict. We have elections to set aside violence in the democratic states. And consequently, as I understand things, it is possible that misinformation or anti-system misinformation is the object of limitations, of course, respecting the legal due process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Federico. Very interesting thoughts and remarks. I have noted something, but I think we should talk about this a bit later. We have our second speaker, and our second speaker is Liza Rappel. IFA's Senior Global Social Media and Disinformation Specialist. Dear Liza, you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here in this company today, particularly with colleagues from INE and the TSC, who are really leading the charge in a lot of ways of innovating around the ways that election commissions, EMBs, can respond to the challenges of information disorder and the broader digital threats that are rising for democracy. As our chairperson noted, I have the privilege of working for the International Foundation of Electoral Systems, a global organization with 35 years of experience working with election commissions and other democratic stakeholders around the globe. And given the topic today, looking at this tension between freedom of expression, access to information, and the very real harms that can stem from digital platforms in the context of elections and campaigns, I wanted to take this opportunity to bring some of the comparative perspective that IFAS, and in my role as a researcher and practitioner, has been able to bring, looking at the role of election commissions navigating this very difficult space. Of course, when we think about election commissions, with very different budgets globally, staffing, technical capacity, and yet globally we see that election commissions across the board are having to deal very rapidly to develop processes and ways to combat these challenges of information disorder brought about by digital platforms and technological shifts in the ways that we receive and process information. And meanwhile, election commissions all still have to do the very difficult job of putting on the election, the primary task. And yet many are also being asked to pick up this significant task of also defending the integrity of the elections and narratives around elections. And this lens is a particularly important one to bring to the conversation because election commissions, EMBs, have a role to play from multiple different angles. That there's a role in promoting credible, resonant information about the election, to speak as a voice of authority, to position themselves as a trusted messenger, to bring transparency across the electoral process, but also that election commissions themselves are under attack as a result of this digital information threat. So as a global trend, we see election authorities under attack as a means to discredit election results, as a means to undermine the independence of electoral institutions, that we see political contestants increasingly using and weaponizing the information space to plant conspiracies and narratives in advance of the election, that in instances of an electoral outcome that does not favor them, they are then able to push on that conspiracy and that misinformation and disinformation to undermine electoral authorities themselves, which of course has long-reaching implications for the resilience and sustainability of our democracies when the very institutions themselves become the subjects of narratives that are used to undermine democratic trust and democratic processes. When we look globally at some of the work that election commissions are doing, it's interesting to see both proactive and reactive approaches. When we think about this tension between freedom of expression, access to information, and the mitigation of harms, that proactive responses oftentimes can be about what types of information can you introduce into the information environment? How can you do that in ways that promote credibility, authenticity, accountability of institutions? And then resilient, or rather reactive approaches that sometimes get at this mitigation of harms. How can we clean up the information environment in a way that mitigates harms? So it's interesting to think about the ways in which election commissions are innovating and continue to look for examples, comparative examples for strategic communication and voter education that leverages the very digital platforms that are being weaponized against them. The part of building resilience to misinformation and disinformation is ensuring voters receive credible information early, often, and in ways that resonate with them. And some of the examples globally that we point to is work, for example, that the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency has done to train local election officials, municipal election administrators, with sort of good communication training that helps them to speak in ways that help to assure voters rather than trying to persuade voters. That we find that assurance that elections are safe can sometimes be a more resonant message than trying to persuade someone who believes otherwise. But this type of relational community level communication that can counter the objectives of propaganda rather than the propaganda itself. When we talk about effective messaging that we're seeing from election commissions, messaging that's engaging, inclusive, accessible, memorable. So research, of course, suggests that for both true and false claims, information that is repeated feels more true, even if it goes against what you think you know. So this notion of getting out credible information once is insufficient, but how can you be repeatedly bombarding the public with credible information so that the very volume of information makes it feel more truthful and more accessible? In terms of the work that IFES does in partnership with election commissions, we see that there's a great need for digital strategy, investment, and support for election commissions, and also learning from the election commissions like INE, like the TSE, and like others that are using social media and digital media in ways that are really innovative. And oftentimes there are opportunities to look at the ways that digital marketing, even from a private sector perspective, the strategies, tactics, tools that have evolved so much in the past decade and have potential uses for the ways we communicate and sell and promote the ideas of democracy. Another area that's important to think about is crisis communication planning for information integrity, disinformation threats. So oftentimes we see election commissions putting systems and processes in place so that there's a preparation to respond rapidly and authoritatively when misinformation and disinformation emerge in high pressure situations. So clarity around lines of communication to avoid speaking with different messages, coordination with other state entities to do this type of communication, but also crisis communication planning in place that proactively engages a wide and diverse range of trusted messengers and stakeholders that can reach across different societal divisions to promote credible messaging. The TSE's work, for example, in previous elections with different football clubs to counter disinformation about flaws in electronic voting machines, or innovative uses of TikTok and the use and activation of social media influencers. For example, in Finland, the Prime Minister had sort of proactively recruited about 1,500 social media influencers ready to disseminate critical information about impartial and important matters of democratic importance. Proactive approaches can include codes of conduct or declarations of principle, particularly in instances where legal and regulatory codes have failed to catch up or are starting to catch up with the realities of online campaigning. And that also dovetails nicely into some of the reactive approaches that we're seeing from election commissions globally. That social media monitoring for legal and regulatory compliance is a need that we are hearing from all of our partners globally. This question of there are rules of the road when it comes to how you can message on traditional media or in real life spaces, and how do those extend to online spaces. And even when legal and regulatory frameworks are being updated, significant questions about what does it mean to actually monitor for compliance with the rules that are put in place, and when and if monitoring is able to take place, what does effective enforcement look like? So this is an area where certainly IFAS sees great need to be bringing together actors, both oversight institutions and those that are innovating in civil society and academia, to be pushing forward best practices in this space, including through advocacy to social media platforms whose ad transparency tools can certainly be variable, and in some cases are just completely lacking in the types of information that oversight bodies need to enforce and maintain the rules of the road when it comes to online conduct during campaigns and elections. Other avenues where election commissions are continuing to innovate is social listening to understand disinformation threats. So trying to distill meaning from conversations that are happening online in order to inform election commission messaging and responses to misinformation and disinformation during electoral periods. Certainly, INE's work in this regard is a gold standard example of what a well-resourced and well-thought-out process can look like. Project CERTSA, which illustrates what it means to have an integrated process that uses both sophisticated screening tools, but also human moderators that are able to verify and help to determine action moving forward, including through working with networks of field operators to document firsthand evidence and refute claims about the election that are potentially damaging and false, and critically, integration with the public communication functions of an election commission, so that when you are able to verify information, you are also able to message about it in ways that resonate and land. The last area that I will mention is the importance of coordination and collaborative approaches. We see increasingly models for what can election commissions ask for and expect from social media and technology companies. The TSE being certainly a global leader in this front in demonstrating what it means to have meaningful engagements from the platforms and to sort of design and push forward on meaningful sort of collaboration from tech platforms. We've seen examples of pushing for enhanced dissemination, so platform embedded voter information, for example, changes to the Google Doodle that direct traffic towards the Election Commission websites, or push notifications in various feeds. And also some instances where we've straddled that line between access to information and mitigation of harms, with election commissions pushing platforms to remove problematic content or sanction behaviors that violate the rules of the road. We also see EMB coordination with civil society and with the media, and oftentimes these broader partnerships and networks of actors can be incredibly important for providing capacity for election commissions that they may not be able to, for various reasons, have internal to the election commission. So fact-checking capacity, social media monitoring capacity, the ability for media and civil society to quickly reach election commission spokespeople to issue rebuttals and offer credible information. But these models for coordination are certainly ones where we have seen a lot of development and good practices that other election commissions around the world look to and hope to emulate. Coordination with other state agencies is also an important avenue to look at, particularly when mandates to mitigate harms that are stemming from online communication stretch across multiple agencies. So this can take the form of unified crisis communication to ensure that different agencies are speaking from a unified messaging perspective, and also monitoring for the purposes of enforcement. So there are certainly models of interagency task force and other coordinating mechanisms to increase the impact and efficiency of coordination. And last but not least, mentioning the importance of peer exchange among election commissions on counter disinformation strategies. That creating opportunities to exchange lessons learned is certainly something that takes on increasing importance given the speed at which these challenges and solutions, or rather mitigation measures, evolve. And certainly looking to INE amongst others as being real leaders in this space, hosting other election commissions and providing them with tools and guidance as they ramp up their own response to help promote credible electoral information environments. So with this, I will pause my remarks, just noting that this research has part of a broader guidebook called counteringdisinformation.org, that if you are interested in more details and more global examples, that guidebook is available in English, Spanish, French, Russian, and Arabic at counteringdisinformation.org. And with that, I pass it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, dear Liza. Very interesting thoughts. Oh my gosh, it's so great. We will discuss about it just a bit later. And we have the third speaker, Pedro Vaca, special reporter for freedom of expression of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, but he is not here together with us live, but we have the presentation. He sent us the presentation, so I will ask our colleagues to show the presentation. I'm sorry, we cannot hear. I'm sorry, maybe it's just somebody can maybe hear the voice. No, nobody.
¿Sabes cómo? No sé cómo se comparte. Sí, estamos intentando hacer compartir el audio. Un momento, por favor.
Please give us a couple minutes. We are going to try to share the audio. I would like to begin to say that freedom of speech is a fundamental element in the process because it contributes to the public opinion. It offers contesting among different political parties. It allows for more transparency and oversight of authorities, and it favors the community in exerting their preferences in an informed way. So we will see more and more possibilities of circulation of ideas and opinions, as well as access to information of the society as a whole. Within this framework, we have the arrival of internet, and interactions online can be seen as a democratic conquest. Never before was it possible to have this public debate and such access to information. It has been exponential. We have voices and visions available with more access if we compare to any other moment in history. And we should see this as something positive for the democracy. This is also an era that is characterized by the deterioration of public debate, where democratic states face the potential of online violence with a different capacity. They try to capture public debate with disinformation and weakening of the media. There is also a dilemma of compatibility between the processes and decisions of the business models of private companies, and to know if these meet or not human rights and democratic standards. We also talk about benefits of public debate, of course, through internet, but we also have to say that in the digital world, we take it to the physical world in different ways. So there are different challenges. So there is more diffusion in digital media of discourses that can have a component of violence or hate. And we see different ways of doing this. The communication in this scenario and the deterioration of public debate is a pillar of the dialogue of freedom of speech and internet that talk about the freedom of speech since last year. However, this topic has its background in the inter-American system of OAS. We have a guide that talks about the freedom of speech in the face of deliberate disinformation. And we also have joint statements of freedom of speech of 2017, 2020, 2021, where we also approach these topics. So right now, I would like to talk about 3 ideas regarding the challenges of freedom of speech on digital medias. And we want to take the public debate as the core topic. The first idea has to do with the idea that the need of democracies have a serious mission, which is to design democratic responses in the face of the deterioration of public debate in a perspective that will give more responsibility to those that have more power in the public debate, and also warn that the allocation of responsibilities are different in them, for example, in criminal law. It seems like it's a quick response, and it has been requested in many countries. I am not sure that jails or criminal processing of discourses that are inserted in the public debate will take us to a better result. I think that if this is the only measure, it can offer a dilemma with international standards of human rights, but it can also enhance the division that already exists. So a possibility of perspective is to approach it from its roots and not consequences. The discourses that deteriorate the public debate through disinformation are speeches that get votes and create higher interaction, organic or not, and influenced by business models, by deliberate actions. An important challenge today is to create tools to ensure that the key actors in a democracy and in electoral periods be represented by candidates, by political parties, by public leadership, for these people to have internal counterweights and external counterweights to make sure that they are loyal to the democratic life. Democracy, on one hand, should ensure the best of guarantees in speech, even those that can be
uncomfortable, but that are protected by international law. And also, we want to ensure that within these flowing contents, you have voices of reference, voices that do from the place that they are speaking from or what they represent or the ideas that they defend or their democratic commitment or the methods that they apply have the potential of being a reference point for the public debate. Within these voices of reference, you have academia, science, journalism of truth, and also political leadership. A candidate that lies and a political party that allows it is a treason to democracy. Because of the candidacies of the political parties and the electoral authorities, we hope that they will not be accomplices of disinformation or spectators of disinformation. As a society, we can decide to give more or less voice to ideas. For example, science was a discourse that grew in importance during the pandemic, even though other discourses were expressing contrary ideas. However, we make decisions through debates and understanding the weight of one speech over another. For example, a journalist who has all the background information is more respected. And for example, if he is aware of his bias and exhibits, he is much more relevant than just gossip through of adjectives through any portal. This can also be read through the times and costs. Investigative journalism takes time and it's more expensive. I would like also talk about the idea of leaving behind criminal law. How can we make sure that our voices of reference be more aware of the impact of their discourses? We need academia being listened to and talking more. We need more quality journalism so that the audience can recognize the value of their work and distinguish them from disinformation. We also need candidacies and political parties and electoral authorities that do not contribute passively or actively to disinformation. That's why the importance of political parties adopting measures like ethics code and measures that will establish minimum behavior requirements, and to also have candidates that are going to be elected so that they can face these speeches of hate and polarization or those that want to limit the freedom of speech. We also need to have internal acting of the disciplinarian bodies or the judiciary. And so we have to not think of criminal sanctions because I don't think it's acceptable. I think we should rebuild a civic space with measures that inform the stakeholders and that people are accountable. We have to promote these mechanisms, and we do not want to focus on criminal law. Of course, we have an important role with lawsuits and, for example, hate speeches. And here I go to my second idea that have to do with the judiciary. With the urgency of resolving concrete cases, the judiciary has to understand the impacts on the state of law because of the precedents based on this intensity. We need to guarantee a democratic institutionality. This urgency takes us to quick solutions. And sometimes when we bet on criminal law, they can create a precedent to guide the legal procedures. And we can also have unforeseeable democratic figures. That is why the judiciary has to consider criminal law as a last resource of a sanction to freedom of speech. Even with discussions of discourses of hate, we still have to continue with this concept. The institutional management to avoid hate discourses includes the fact that we have to understand that they are very specific discourses, and to be labeled as hate discourses, they have to go under the threshold of the United Nations. They have to analyze the context, intention, the extension, and probability of causing harm to know if a concrete statement reaches a level of hate. And this means that we have an argumentative load that's quite considerable and has to be dealt with in the courts. This burden will allow us to know if this decision is legitimate or not, and not create precedents that could silence legitimate discourses now or in the future. A very important challenge that we have is to develop institutional and social capacity to distinguish between an upsetting discourse, but that is protected, and another one that encourages hate. So we have to find this mix of concepts, and this can take us to two places we don't want to be: sanction uncomfortable speeches, but that are protected, and secondly, to vandalize hate discourses. Within this framework, sanction always has to be done through the legal guarantees of the defendants and accused parties. And we also, of course, have to have the appropriate measures depending on the rights of the person. On this topic, if the urgency of these topics many times takes us to the need of adopting intermediate or cautionary measures throughout time, and especially we have to have measures that can affect other rights. For example, somebody being arrested means that the judiciary has to make a decision with the same urgency and detail that activated the process. If not, cautionary measures can be improportional, and we can activate questioning of the legitimacy of the decisions made, especially if we consider the argumentative burden it has. And my final idea has to do with the role of technology companies. It seems that we have a consensus in the international community that technology companies have to be careful with their actions. They have to make sure they respect human rights. There is an initiative of REIDE, which is the adoption of cooperation agreements among technology companies and electoral bodies with the purpose of counterattacking disinformation. However, we have to preserve the aspect that these companies be able to analyze these limitations on behalf of authoritarian regimes. And it's also as dangerous to block platforms, because we have to have legitimate reasons to do this. And we always have to be very careful in how we apply these measures. Generic blocking can also block legitimate discourses like journalism or the protection of human rights that are valid or that make the discourse disseminated easily through these platforms. Likewise, we have different multilateral dialogues on governance or digital governance by adopting regulatory frameworks that should not have regulatory excesses, but we don't want to self-censor sensitive topics, especially when we talk about the business of companies, oligopoliums, and selling platforms, selling personal data. And we have to relate this to freedom of speech. We cannot turn them into taboo topics for the House of Representatives and society. I want to conclude my intervention by saying that if we want to strengthen democracy, we have to also strengthen our commitment with the public debate. So if a lie of a citizen can be frowned upon, deliberate disinformation by somebody that goes to the citizens so that through votes they can get their vote, this should be corrected immediately on behalf of the political party and electoral systems. If a great extent of our leadership go around hate speeches, and it's very difficult to find the difference between valid or hate discourses. So this means that we should also understand what's happening with our citizens, because they're inspired by these leaders many times. The more power you have, the more responsibility you have. That's why we have to have a democracy with journalism and digital platforms that contribute according to their power. So this means there can have fewer clicks and less money, but it would ensure that we would have more democracy so that journalism can survive, and more for the development of democracy. So the reflections here have the purpose of contributing to a reconstruction of civic areas. And this is based on a reiterated premise of the freedom of speech, that if there is inequality in opinions, the best answer is justice of arguments. And we need more debate, not less. So this space allows us to have more debate, more discussion. And this is a fact and a challenge that we have to celebrate and face. Thank you very much for the invitation. I truly hope that you have a very fruitful conversation. And of course, we hope to continue contributing to this topic. Thank you very much.
So yeah, thank you, our third speaker, Mr. Pedro Vaca, Special Reporter for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Very interesting remarks, thoughts. So we heard 3 presentations, and let's talk a little bit about all. So Federico mentioned that, of course, we need to discuss about freedom of expression, and the freedom of expression needs a discussion. Now, of course, we should find the right way how to communicate, the way in producing information. Of course, we should find a way how to reach the high quality information. And Federico mentioned about manipulation on information. We should solve such a problem, because our topic is, as I mentioned a bit earlier, democracy, digital platforms, and freedom of expression, and manipulation of information and the freedom of expression are very close related. And Federico mentioned that we have many challenges in our media, social media platforms, digital platforms. We have a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and we should talk about this. We should talk about manipulation, because some politicians we play with beliefs, emotions, in political level, and democracy is possible only with facts, and we should work with this to clear what is real, what is fact, and what is disinformation, misinformation. Federico also mentioned that it's a lack of order, and I guess it's a lack of regulation, of course, and we have such a thing like cyber populism, and he mentioned that Federico talked about systematic attacks against state institutions, courts, other institutions. So yeah, every day we can read such information that it's not a secret. Of course, he talked about the usage of fake profiles, robots. And of course, we need to observe misinformation markets, and there was mentioned the Article 19 Human and Civil Rights Pact. And Federico mentioned about restrictions, but when we're talking about restrictions, I mean freedom of expression, we should remember a few things. Restrictions should be provided in the law. It's important to ensure all the people's rights and to protect safety, security, and public order. Of course, he mentioned about the right to get the better quality information, and of course talked about elections, about the right, fundamental thing, to have clear, transparent elections, to have conscious play under the rules, and without misinformation, and etc. Liza talked about election commissions, and actually it was very interesting to hear about problems, about such thing, as I mentioned before, that EMBs can be the object which could be attacked, and EMBs should promote credible information, should ensure transparency of elections, of election processes, because misinformation and disinformation makes an impact for trust, of course, when I was the chairperson of the CEC, and I know very well that if somebody sends or shares or posts some information, disinformation, people, we don't have time, we don't want to make a double check. We believe in this. So if there was published misinformation, disinformation about the CEC, the CEC should react very quickly, as soon as possible, and of course it's important, as Eliza mentioned, to collaborate with other institutions, and to send a message that no, wait, here is a misinformation. We are the institution that we know the real true. We're talking about facts, not about fake news. And of course, it's important to cooperate with other institutions. So if nobody believes in the CC, so and other institutions can say that we are right. Of course, Liza mentioned talked about how to ensure healthy information environment, and how it's important to do this. It's important to ensure that voters will get the information as soon as possible, and always, not once a month or a week, but every day. To ensure this, it's important to collaborate with news agencies, TVs, radios. If it's possible, I think it's very good to collaborate with influencers. We have a huge audience, and we can send a message for thousands or millions very quickly via social media. Of course, Liza mentioned that it's important to work with pooling district election commissions, and it's important to react very fast when we see propaganda. And of course, it's very important to think crisis communication, and it's very important to communicate with other institutions and to react proactively. Of course, there was a great example from Finland when we're talking about collaboration with social media influencers. And yeah, and there was mentioned that the regulation about the regulation for the political ads, and as I understood, there is a lack of regulation, and I think when we are talking about political advertising on social media, actually there are no strict rules. Like, for example, for political advertising on traditional media. And in traditional media, TV, radio, political campaigns are widely regulated by electoral laws. For example, political advertising has a clear description of what is political advertising, what is not, where parties or candidates should post political ads, where should not, how political campaign ads should be marked. Of course, should be marked, should we be free of charge or should be paid? Third parties can post political advertising or not, is allowed to post political ads on silence period or not, and etc. But when it comes to online advertising, regulation becomes more difficult, and or in some countries there's no regulation at all. And I'm from Lithuania, and it's a small country in Europe. So one of the 3 Baltic states, and we do not have a special regulation for political ads online. And there is no clear definition of what constitutes political advertising on social media. And it's funny thing, it's not described in the laws in any way. So what we do, we agree that we need to have a discussion and set the criteria. What is considered political advertising on social media and what isn't. But you know, there is no political will. So we say that the same regulation for political advertising is valid for political ads in traditional media and social media platforms. However, it's not the same as having a special regulation for political ads online, but it's better than nothing. As I mentioned also that it's very important to work with EMBs and to help them to react against misinformation and disinformation. Of course, EMBs should inform the society about misinformation, disinformation, facts. There was mentioned again about coordination and collaboration with social media and technology companies. And it's a great proposal, but from my experience, it's very difficult to collaborate with social media networks, and there's many problems. And under regulation in many countries, traditional media measures cannot reject a request from the CAC or other state institutions. Usually such institutions asking for information or making an investigation on political campaign advertising and etc. And if traditional media will not collaborate, it's very easy. We can get a penalty. But in the case of social media platforms, this doesn't work. As private companies, we are not required to respond to requests that come from election officials in a particular country. And yeah, and this constitutes a major inconvenience for conducting research related to political advertising. And Liza mentioned, of course, coordination with other state agencies. It's a great proposal, and from my experience, I can say that we had this, and the CEC collaborates with Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Interior, other state institutions, tax inspectorate, and others, and we have meetings. We talk about what's going on, about, of course, misinformation, disinformation, changing information, and practical advices. And Pedro, the third speaker, talked mostly about the hate speech and of course the freedom of expression. And there exist some problems, and he said that some problems exist between private companies and private information. And he said that we need more public debate. We need to give more power for the public debate. Of course, each candidate and political party should play under the democratic rules. There should be not allowed to share fake news, false news, disinformation, and political parties and candidates should be responsible against voters. And of course, we should, but it's not always. Of course. The third speaker, Pedro Vaca, mentioned that we should collaborate with technology companies, and we should help us to stop misinformation, to analyze and to stop this. And always should adopt some measures, but should adopt some measures very careful. So yeah, we should find the line where's freedom of expression and where's hate speech. But as I see, we have some questions, and I don't want to have all my time. So as I see, our first question, I guess for our first panelist was how populism is affecting nowadays the elections. So maybe Federico can answer into this question.
Gracias. Bueno, tenemos percibido
Thank you very much. We have detected that the populist discourse against elections is being shared by mimetic effects in several states of the world. This, of course, we have an example, a very pragmatic example with what has been happening in the United States, but we also in Mexico, Peru, Colombia, Brazil, and many other countries. Here in Brazil, what we have perceived is that they are conducting systematic campaigns that have a narrative goal, and this goal has to do with a cultural justification to eventually reject the results of the elections. But in this narrative target or goal, that they are saying that there is going to be fraud in the elections, and of course it is not substantiated in the reality of the fact, but the narrative is that the elections are an object of a generalized fraud. But in order to substantiate this narrative goal, they convey narratives that are changing according to the circumstances. So in one moment, in our case, the issue has to do with the security of our electronic polls, for example. And in another time, the issue is another one, like, for example, the lack of neutrality of electoral or the EMBs. And another issue, there are some surveys that are false to support electoral frauds, and they use some specific language in order to stimulate such negative feelings, like, for example, hatred, intolerance, and that is what is attracting not only the perspective of institutional breakage, but also the structure of post-electoral violence. Because what is happening, and this is told by the facts and the concrete experience of several countries, and I am not speaking about the old history, I'm speaking about new history. When we eliminate trust in the EMBs, automatically we attract the perspective of social issues at the different levels. In some cases, we have issues that have to do with this pro-institutional breakage that that would like to justify future coup d'etats. And in other cases, this rupture is really occurring, but in other levels, there are some cases in which we do not have this rupture or this breakdown, and then we have polarization, conflicts, and then we have bloodshed, violence against institutions, violence against authorities and electoral officials. We did an internal research with electoral officials in Brazil, and we identify a huge figure. Around 76% of the officials were in fear of suffering verbal violence or even physical violence in the future elections of October. And in other cases, those attacks that are making fragile the electoral organizations has a result or results in prejudicial effects in the legislative backlashes, with reducing the capacities of the EMBs, even in extreme cases where they even intend or try to suspend the EMBs. Of course, all this has a very negative social effect regarding political stability, democratic stability, and the preservation of the political and social rights.
Thank you very much for your answer. dear Federico. And I have a second question. Has social media engaged more with electoral integrity? Maybe Liza can answer.
Could you rephrase the question? I didn't quite catch what you were asking.
Of course, of course. Yeah, has social media engaged more with electoral integrity?
So how social media has impacted electoral integrity, the negative consequences? I mean, yes, I feel like this is a problem that we pick up our newspapers and read stories from around the world in terms of the many sort of unanticipated consequences of social media on elections and election integrity. I feel like it's easy to get lost in the scope of this problem, so I'm also always eager to note that there are positive uses of social media as well, and that these platforms are certainly here to stay. And if these platforms, for whatever reason, didn't stay, there would be new ones that would be right behind them. So as with any sort of disruptive introduction of new communication technology, there's always an immediate period, whether there was the introduction of the printing press or the introduction of television news, and now the introduction of social media, where society has to figure out, how do we deal with this? How do we set rules around this? How do we create new norms? And I think we are very much in the middle of that battle right now, and elections are a really key component that we haven't figured out. What are the rules of the road, and how are we preserving our democratic freedoms and our democratic institutions in the light of this onslaught of information and use of technology in ways that can be quite damaging. And so there's always the tension between wanting to be somewhat cautious in regulating anything that has to do with speech, but also recognizing how much battering, how much damage can our electoral institutions take and still have the ability to right themselves. And if in the process of this conversation, we lose out on our democratic freedoms and our democratic institutions because we are affording the protections of democracy to those that would weaponize them against us, is certainly a tension that we're all navigating as we try and bring this information space into order. I think we are all very invested in seeing what comes next, but I don't think we have reached the end state. I think we are all playing catch up, and we need to continue to invest in figuring out what the next steps are so that we can maintain our institutions for the future.
Thank you. And what do you think, Liza, EMBs have to consider social media as an ally or as an enemy?
I think neither. I mean, social media is neither all good nor all bad, but I would say that EMBs can't ignore that it exists as much as they might like to, with good reason. Again, as I mentioned at the top of my remarks, EMBs are trying to put on election. That should be enough, right? To put on a credible election should be enough. But we're seeing increasingly that it's not. And it doesn't matter if you put on an election that has perfect integrity if the perception of it is that the institution is corrupt and that the process has gone astray. And I would say that that goes two ways, that they can't ignore the threat of digitized, weaponized digital communication, but also that there is some interesting research that I've seen emerging that suggests, for example, this is based on US data from local election commissions, that election commissions that were actively using social media had better outcomes for things like fewer spoiled ballots that were returned via mail, and even some potential correlations between the use of social media and trust in electoral outcomes. And that empirical point has not been proven yet, so I don't want to overstress it, but some interesting data that's pointing in that direction, which does suggest that communicating matters, that communicating proactively, even just about the nuts and bolts of what's the election process, who are your election administrators, can help to bring transparency and trust, particularly when it is happening on a local level, in addition to coming from a central election commission, that people tend to have greater trust in sort of their local community and local institutions, and how can we make sure that people, perhaps through using social media and using effective social media strategy that pulls on all of the things we have learned about how do you make messages resonate on social media, that election commissions can take advantage of that too, to have better trust and outcomes in their electoral processes.
Thank you, Liza. Could you share a website where is available the publication you referred? Because what a question I should ask.
I'll share 2 links. The first is to our counteringdisinformation.org guidebook. So it includes chapters like the one that I shared on how election commissions are responding, but it also has chapters on legal and regulatory, national level legal and regulatory frameworks. So things like campaign advertising and the rules that exist around it online. It has chapters on civil society and platform accountability. So I'll share that link here. And I'll also share, because we're talking about digital strategy and election commissions, I'll also share a publication that talks about social media strategies for election commissions and how they can be more effectively using social media. And this is an area of work where I continue to work, where IFAS continues to work, because when we look at sort of the global community of support for social media practices, I think maybe a decade ago, there was a big push to help election commissions open Twitter accounts or open Facebook accounts. And many election commissions, including the ones in this room, have done so much more. But many of our partners around the world are still trying to figure out, okay, we have a Twitter account, but how do we use it effectively? So I will share that resource as well.
Great, thank you. And of course, I have more questions. I will address these questions to Federico. So one question is, how can we awareness the society to be more responsible to use social media to share information? And maybe the second question, which is worst for electoral democracy, populism or fake news? Federico, what do you think?
Well, in Brazil, we believe that the best way to counteract misinformation and disinformation is through providing proper and right information. So our way to face this misinformation has 3 main pillars. The first one is to counteract misinformation with information. We in Brazil respect the preferential position of freedom of expression in the democracies. So we have learned to live with misinformation and disinformation, and mainly with the critiques that we receive against the EMBs. The second pillar of our program has to do with the educational actions. I mean, the media education, etc. So we work so that the population is able to understand the misinformation, specifically the characteristics of thereof, the anti-democratic characteristics and their harmful effects. So we work to create awareness, social awareness against misinformation. And the third pillar has to do with the first one. Our pillar is that as a consequence of our broad, wide respect to freedom of expression, we act with a specific focus in non-authentic behaviors and not against the content. Hence, we are prioritizing or we are facing the misinformation, the box usage, and only in very exceptional cases, we intervene in with the content. And I am speaking about very severe or hatred discourses or violence cases, etc. So it is very important that the society to understand the harmful effects of misinformation, because only that way we are going to have a chance to counteract misinformation and to counterbalance a little bit. Now, regarding the democratic risks, there is no way to make match the misinformation with populism. There are different ways of populism. It's important to point out that different populism doesn't have a moral stance. So there are different populisms, and the real risk, in my perspective, is in the authoritarian populism, in the populism which is used as a weapon to install what we call autocracy indoctrination. Populism that is not attacking electoral decisions is a populism that, yes, it has some issues, but it's not dragging the risk to undermine democracy. And I think that this is the most important. The most important thing is that democratic institutions continue to work even though, or regardless this populism, the populism that is aiming to ruin democratic institutions, this is the more complex risk and the real risk.
Thank you, Federico. What do you think governments are responsible to be the first offenders against fake news?
No, I think that the task to clarify the truth, this is a task that historically is in charge of the instances of the press, the media. I think that the EMBs have to promote political rights and have to promote the clarification regarding the misinformation that is impacting the electoral institutions. And this is by a logic of implicit constitutional powers. I mean, the bodies that are in charge of promoting elections, authentic, free, and fair elections, also have the duty, the non-written duty, to preserve the social image of the authenticity of the elections. But this does not place ourselves as the protagonists or the main character or responsible for telling the truth in the markets of ideas. We believe in a free market, and this free market is a market where we are expecting, from the constitutional standpoint, from the legislation standpoint, to be balanced through plurality of information.
Thank you, and I have one very interesting question. One more. Brazilian elections are in risk to the current fake news. What do you think, Federico?
Desde nuestro punto de vista,
well, from our standpoint, is that what we have to do and what is our responsibility is to guarantee once again, like we have already been doing for 90 years, that in Brazil we have free, fair, and authentic elections. The social risks are of other concerns. We want to work intensely to ensure that we give correct information to the population regarding elections. And this is something that we are doing on a daily basis.
Thank you, dear Federico. And actually, for me personally, it would be interesting to hear your or Liza opinion about censorship. There are many decisions related to content censorship taken by social media platforms. On one hand, such decisions are good, but on the other hand, there's a lack of regulation and, of course, transparency, I think. Yeah. The decision to remove the content is taken by private companies, which cannot ensure freedom of expression. Efforts by social media platforms to tackle disinformation and other forms of deception online may undermine users' freedom of expression and enable control over public opinion. Whereas all moderation measures are risky, content removal is particularly problematic when targeted content is not explicitly illegal. Deleting and labeling content can be counterproductive as it may reinforce perceptions about unfair and unjustified censorship of views and groups. So what I want to ask our speakers, if there is a problem, if you see here a problem, if yes, how do you propose to solve it?
I can jump in first and then pass
Please,
to you.
Liza.
I think that there's a tendency when we start to talk about platform accountability or regulation to think that that just means content rules or content removal rules. And I think there are a world of other levers that we can look to pull to slow down or mitigate the harmful effects of online information pollution. And I like to say, and I've heard said by others, that freedom of speech doesn't equal freedom of reach. And the reality is that the social media platforms that we rely on have an architecture. There have been deliberate choices that have been made about what type of content gets amplified, what type of content do you see, and how can those decisions influence our perceptions of what truth is, or how widely particular beliefs that may be fringe beliefs are held. And so when we start to think about things like what are the rules around how particular ads can be targeted, or what types of transparency needs to be associated with the financial amplification of particular content, or if we're looking to remove not content, but looking at behaviors that artificially inflate engagement with particular types of content, or accounts that repeatedly engage in abusive behaviors that are clear violation of the terms of service of certain platforms, that it's not just remove a piece of content, but how are we thinking about these actors? Oftentimes it's an extreme minority of actors that are creating the greatest degree of damages. So when I think about this issue, instead of thinking about how do we determine where exactly the line sits about what content is allowable and what content is not allowable, because we'll never find that bright line. Let's open our minds to the ways in which platforms are serving us particular narratives in ways that have to do more with platform architecture, with the behaviors of particular actors, and are able to persist often in an environment of a complete lack of transparency and accountability on the part of the platforms.
Thank you, Eliza. Maybe Federico wants to add something. Yeah, please.
I would say that in Brazil, we have a lot of collaboration with various platforms, relevant platforms. However, of course, we have more work to do. A first point that has already been mentioned by Lisa, and that I agree with, has to do with the need of more transparency at all levels. Transparency in modeling, more transparency regarding the origin sources, who is paying for ads, more transparency in algorithms. But likewise, I think that we have an issue that's even higher that has to do with the urgent reviewing of payments, financial payments, because of the capacity of the different channels and users, because people are getting money for showing the contents. What we think that is essential and that is important in disinformation has to do with a system in which people are receiving financial incentives through sharing disinformation or low quality information without any commitment to truth or no commitment to being ethical. Also, I think that platforms that, even though they are very collaborative, still have difficulty in progress when this progress have to do with a dialogue that has to do with their business models. I think that that is fundamental.
Thank you, dear Federico, dear Liza. As I see, our time is over. First of all, I want to thank you, our panelists, for a wonderful discussion, for great presentations, remarks, thoughts. You have shared with us very good and very interesting information. So a huge thank you, very impressive. And right now I give the floor for Manuel, please.
Muchas gracias, Laura.
Thank you very much, Laura. We thank you for your participation. We thank you for being the moderator of this panel. We also want to say thank you to our panelists. I want to say thank you to Federico, Liza, and Pedro Vaca. I think that you are discussing in this summit for electoral democracy, the changes that we see in democracy in a new era. Before this era, we had different characteristics and principles. Today, we are in a new era, and we are discussing the new components of this era, just like it was expressed today. That's why it's so important and so relevant to continue discussing and listening to each other regarding the various challenges that electoral democracy has in the 21st century. So thank you very much for your presence. In 15 minutes, at 11 a.m. Mexico time, we will begin with the next panel. For now, we will have a break. Thank you very much and have a beautiful day. Thank you, Laura, Liza, Federico.
Listo, ya.
Muy buenos días, tengan todas y todos, muy buenas tardes, igualmente en algunas
Good
partes.
day to all of you. Good afternoon to some are
Eh,
in Europe and other
es
parts
el
of the world.
miércoles 29 de junio.
Today, it's June 29th, 2022. We are celebrating the summit for electoral democracy for the
Llevando a cabo la
region of the
reunión
Americas.
regional de Europa, 8 y 9 de junio.
We also had our European summit, and in July, we will be having the summit for Africa, and
Reunión
on
regional.
August 11th and 12th, we are going to have the
Tema de la
regional
cumbre de la
meeting or
democracia
summit for Asia.
es un
For
espacio
this
amplio.
summit, we talk about various aspects of democracy. We talk about relevance and challenges of electoral democracy. We see democracy as a whole, but we have various problems and challenges, and we have a series of elements that electoral democracy deals with. For this panel today, we have Patricio Gajardo. He is the regional director of the Republican Electoral Institute of Costa Rica. So the floor is yours, Patricio. Thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you for inviting me to this very important event. I want to say thank you to the organizers for the support of this summit for electoral democracy for the Americas. I want to say thank you to INE. INE is always an important platform to promote these topics, not only electoral topics, but it always promotes everything that has to do with the more ample context of democracy in our continent and throughout the world. Our topic for the panel has to do with the advances, risks, and dilemmas of the political electoral agenda in the region. I think that we are going through a very important moment in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think that the progress that can be proven have been seen since the 80s and 90s, when we had a wave of democracy in the continent after civil wars, specifically in Central America, dictatorships of South America, specifically speaking, and we were able to strengthen the electoral commissions throughout the continent. So we also lent support to political parties of the region, and we were able to build and create important pillars of democratic processes, reconstruction in this hemisphere. I think that the decade of 2000 to 2010, there was a prioritization to judicial processes, to municipal mechanisms. And since 2010, we also began with other projects that had an influence on anti-corruption, of open government, and above all, we have an explosion of social media and intelligent cell phones. We once again talk about quick communication in never imagined numbers in these processes that we saw in 80s and the 90s in our democracies in the continent. So risks and dilemmas, I think that we have to talk about, and surely our guests will talk about this, Flavia and Harry and Alejandra will talk about it, which has to do with the current topic of the ideology that exists between left-siders and right-siders, the polarization that is taking place, autocracies and populism, the role of political parties and politicians and congresses in our hemisphere, the role of media, the role of civil society and academia, the role of the large capitals that have their own voice. And that also creates fatigue, democratic, electoral, and democratic fatigue. They feel lack of trust in our institutions, in our political parties, etc. And we always have to be dealing with the issues of these challenges of political participation on behalf of our citizens, and specifically with our youth. How is youth reacting to these new democratic processes? Another topic is the role of specialized groups of civil society and economic, social, and political effects of the pandemic. It's also important. And generally speaking, a generalized uncertainty and disinformation that makes these topics even more complex. And we will be talking about this. So based on these processes and based on these actions that are taking place, I am going to give the floor to our panelists so that they can help us in their own perspective, in the experience that they have in their countries and in other contexts of Latin America, so that they can tell us about these processes. What is the process? What is this agenda in Latin America? So that we can talk in a familiar way about these processes. So the first presentation is going to be made by Harry. After him, we will listen to Flavia and then Alejandra. Please, Harry, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Patricio. Good day. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you in this Summit for Electoral Democracy that talks about advances, risks, and dilemmas of the political electoral agenda in the region. It's a complex conversation that we are going to be having here. We have such a diversity of countries and situations. So I would like to center on Central America. It's a region that is like including smaller countries, because we have the large ones. We have Mexico, Colombia, but I also want to talk about the small Central American countries. Usually they are forgotten. And as we know, we have 6 countries, 6 small countries, in which in terms of electoral democracy, we have a little bit of everything. In the case of Nicaragua, we have an authoritarian regime based on what happened in 2018. And we know that because of this, we are going to have election in quotation marks of November 2021. I'm sorry, we had, where all the opposition candidates were arrested. And there wasn't a real contest. Then we have another set of countries like Guatemala and Panama that are still normal, different normal. In the case of Guatemala, we know that all the measurements of political parties and this and that flow up with the case of Guatemala, and that are not very useful, but it's the unfortunate normality of Guatemala. Then we have Panama. Panama, as we know, has free competitive elections. We talk about political growth of Panama. And since I am Panama, I would say that we should not lose sight of the deterioration of political parties and the increase of free candidacies as a way of new actors coming into the competition. But nothing is very outstanding yet. So we could include ourselves in Guatemala as countries that are in this situation of normality. And there are another 3 cases in Central America where there is a terrible disruption. El Salvador in 2018 with Bukele, there is a consolidation of this new actor with the legislature of 2021 and the majority of new political parties, a new legislature. Then we also have the case of Honduras. And then we have the political party with the ending of 100 years in power of a political party in Honduras. And then we have the case of Costa Rica, the jewel of the crown of democracy, not only for Central America, but all of Latin America. And we are talking about a system of political parties that is no longer just with 2 political parties, but now we could say that a new situation comes up. And so a whole new situation occurs. And this is what happens in Central America. So that's why I think it's very interesting to talk about these 6 countries. Okay, progress is very obvious, except for the case of Nicaragua. In Central America, we have elections. And if we want to see it in a more optimistical way, the political party systems are not frozen. They are taking on new changes that are difficult. But for example, we have Costa Rica and Honduras, but El Salvador and Panama are absorbing the changes. We could say that this is the progress that we have had, and this is the good news. But I think that we have to take into account in which way are these elections taking place. And I have some numbers that I want to share with you. Absenteeism is high. Not in Panama, it's 27%, but in Guatemala, it was up 38% in 2019, 57% in the second term. El Salvador, 49%. In Honduras, 44% in 2017. Costa Rica, that had a problem of absenteeism, in 40% in 2022. In the second term, 43% in Costa Rica. So what else? For example, here I have information regarding trust in these authorities. In Guatemala, only 17% trust their electoral body of Guatemala. 12% in Honduras, 26% in El Salvador, 44% in Costa Rica, 38% in Panama, and 27% in Nicaragua. It's a crisis of trust in our electoral bodies in Central America. And for example, what happens per political party? In our own Central American survey, in our research center, we wanted to find out information regarding the question of what political party do you support? 67% of the people in Costa Rica say that they don't support any political party. 78% in Honduras, 58% in Panama, and it went 83% El Salvador do not support any political party. And we also asked the population of Central America in our regional survey, who are the responsible people of the issues? And the great majority answered politicians. 83% in Costa Rica said that the issues of their country had to do with politicians. 82% in Panama, 74% El Salvador, and with the exception of the surveyed country, 13% in Honduras. And there's a very interesting question here.
Latino barómetro, en el que se le pregunta a la población.
In the Latino barometro, they say that their country is governed by political parties that are only looking out for their own benefit. In Costa Rica, the percentage was huge, 81% in Honduras, 81% Panama, and 46% in El Salvador.
Viendo estos datos, pensando
After
precisamente
looking at these numbers that talk about the advances and risk and dilemmas of the political electoral agenda in the region, I think that if we use the basis of the Central American cases, and I think it can be extrapolated to the whole region, I think that we have to change the conversation on democracy. At this moment in academia and with the international bodies on electoral matters,
una conversación bastante
we are having a conversation regarding the strengthening of democracy based on the definition of minimum democracy. And to do this, we need to strengthen our institutions. This is important, of course, but in CIEPS, we think that this is insufficient. Two of the colleagues of the center, John Suinas and Sergio Garcia, are working with data from surveys, and they are following a different theoretical framework where they make a co-relationship that is much more vigorous regarding the relationship between well-being and democracy, with a notion of economic democracy that maybe we have been leaving behind. And they have very interesting findings. And I hope I can share my screen to show their work. They have found, can you see my screen?
interesantes, si les quiero mostrar algo muy sencillo, es cómo
and they have been doing very interesting work, and we can see how the population where says that democracy is the best way of government, and this is related to services and goods. We relate to well-being through a list of services. For example, people who have services, and you can see all the numbers based on the services. For example, those who have services don't have lackings, and you can see this on the chart. For example, those who have fewer services that are at a level of 6, they do not believe that democracy is the preferred way of government. So what do we conclude with this? And I would say that the challenges for democracies in Central America, for academia, as well as for international bodies, as well as all the stakeholders in democracy, want to pay closer attention on the well-being and how it's related to democracy. We have to act on the well-being of people so that democracies can be strong and not only strengthen political parties and electoral bodies. Of course, I insist that is important too, but I think that we also have to have a discussion not only on the democracy of the groups that we are focusing on, for example, Nicaragua or El Salvador, and some others are worried about Honduras. But if we see it from an economic democracy, we have to ask ourselves, what is the democracy of the elites that are in the political regimes, because they are not offering enough well-being to the population? So now we have to think about the challenge. We have to talk about promoting the creation of democratic coalitions. Which stakeholders would be part of this democratic coalitions? What political elites should we be talking to? With academia, with the intellectuals, to generate these elites of democracy that will act on the well-being to be able to strengthen the regimes of democracy. So I think I'm ahead of time, but I will conclude now so that we will have a little more time for a Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Harry. We are going to go directly to Flavia, and at the end, we will have a small summary of the three talks. Flavia, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning to all of you. I am very, very pleased to be here with you, with my friends, and specifically with my dear Alejandra, Harry, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Patricio, and to be able to participate in this global summit. To me, it's a global summit because it's been having a huge impact, and I would like to congratulate my friend Manuel Carrillo for this huge effort, which seems to me it's very important to be able to adapt ourselves to the changes that the global scenario is making us face. I think that this conversation is very important, and I am very happy to be talking about the progress, the challenges, and the all the dilemmas of the political electoral agenda. I am going to start by congratulate us, I mean, Latin American people, for the progress that we have been doing and having in democracy in the last 4 years. I think that many times it's helpful for us to look these 40 years framed in the 200 years of independence, and so many countries have been spending lots of time in order to have this idea, which is the idea that Pacific communication was something important, and that the democratic system assumed a pact that we were going to respect the rules of the games that we were all going to self-impose in order to be working together. So it is very obvious for everybody, but it seems that it is not so much for many other people. But this idea of living together in a pacific manner in diverse societies, very plural societies that are unequal, that are drastically unequal regarding economic, social, and political themes or topics, this powerful idea that this living together that could be resolved through elections is what brought us here in the last years, of course, with some differences at times. And that powerful idea was shared by most of the population. One day I heard Mr. Tom Yang, and also Adam Schwarzsky was talking about the idea of democracy, elections allowed to solve issues peacefully. And this powerful idea lead us to these 40 years is what today is not so clear. It's not so in a consensus. So it is being, it has a backslide. So we have improved the capacity of autonomy of the electoral bodies. We have increased our professionalization. We have improved the idea that elections have to be broadened to all the territory and spread out in all the territory, and that the idea that the state has to have a legitimate monopoly of these elections. We have done lots of elections since 1978 up to date. According to the Observatory of Political Reforms, we have made a routine out of this mechanism, and all the bodies have been able to learn how to organize elections with more autonomy and more professionalism. Political parties have been learning to compete, and many of them to lose, and the citizens have learned to vote. And all this has been done in a moment where Latin America has conceived to start working on the relevance of a competition and competitiveness with the dimension of inclusion. Today, Latin American countries have more than 30% of women participation in Congress. We have changed the opinion climate regarding the importance of women, fundamentally women and diversity, society, I mean, indigenous people and Afro groups, people, etc. But we are making a substantive effort in greater inclusion, and most of the areas of the settings of the country are demanding that the candidacies are included in this plural manner. And 7 regions of the country where congresses have members, I mean, between 45% or more of women. This was not existing 40 years ago. So that's how I see the glass a little bit full, or I am optimistic about this. But I understand that those dynamics is being done in different settings, and that the setting is important, because it's not the same to be in a poverty or a high conflict setting. We can then observe what's happening right now in Ecuador, the lack of capacity of a dialogue between the political stakeholders. We are performing elections under these settings. There is a huge lack of trust, and we are even carrying out these elections, as Harry was mentioning, for some Central American countries, even though people is not willing to participate. I mean, there are countries where we are performing elections with high absenteeism. And we are performing all these elections with parties of the 19th century that do not understand. They do not understand that they don't understand, because we continue speaking about political parties that they are treating us, and I really apologize for saying this, as if we were under normal beings, as if we were not realizing that they are making fun of us, that they are having bad practices. And Ale, who is the best gladiator to fight this, I mean, the bad practices that they have taught us, and then we have the clientelism, the usage of social processes, intervention in electoral processes, when long ago we knew that all the policymakers cannot interfere in these electoral processes, and they do it in front of us, and we tell them, you cannot intervene. And how is it that I cannot intervene? You have agreed that in the democracy, those that are in office has to control itself, and you are intervening, and you are making fun of me as a citizen. So we are performing all these elections by using the public resources irresponsibly with fake news, misinformation. You know that there was not a fraud in Peru, but you insist that you lost the elections and you do not accept that you lost. And you continue without any proof because you want to eliminate, you want to undermine the trust in the citizens and also in the EMBs. And I think that we have to be upfront and say things as they are and the truth. And to me, this is a huge risk. These risks are very, very severe, but we are performing elections in settings where even though the progress democracies are being threatened, and who is threatening them? The elites, the disloyal elites with the pact, with the agreement, with the idea that we have agreed upon that elections and democracy were the best game possible in the city.
Poder político, hay desconfianza.
We have mistrust, fraud discourse without evidence, fraud narrative without proof, questioning against the authorities. I'm not saying that the authorities are the best and they are some angels here. No, I'm telling you that if you have the evidence or proof, let's address it legally, which is the mechanism that we agreed on, that we were going to use it, and that justices are going to show it. Otherwise, you have to give me the evidence. And if you went that way and you were proven that there was no fraud, do not continue doing this exercise that is threatening more and more the democracies that have already been threatened. The cost that we have to check, to review, and there are some parties that continue working as black boxes, as missing transparency, where we take for granted that they do not need to be plural, transparent, or inclusive. When they are the key stakeholders of democracy, they should be the first, because they are receiving public funding to act in those democracies, to respect the values of democracy. So those players are bad players because they are competing and they are creating a drift, and they are not being equal or fair. So the issue here is that we have citizens that are delegating the exercise of voting. They are not taking seriously that they have to control more, that they have to overcome the cracks. Society is plural and is diverse, and it's obvious that people is willing to defend their interests. I'm not concerned about polarization when it assumes division of the society and you defend different positions and stance. I would be concerned if they weren't polarization, if everybody was very orderly and that there would not be progress. The issue is that when I think that my position, my vision is above the other one, then when we go to the polarization, to the effective polarization of ideas and discourses, to the acts, to the actions, to the behaviors. And the issue is when we do not respect those thinking different from us, when we believe that we have to maximize our preferences and that we have to win, regardless of what others think. And along these lines, we also have our autocratic leaderships that love to access power through this democracy, what we built with faults and weaknesses and issues, but that once they are in office, they don't like to be controlled, they don't like to respect others, and they don't like to be, or they are not willing to be tolerant to those that think different. There is a discourse of the I before everybody, my interests above the interest of the society, and creating legitimacy on the majority and not respecting the minority. So there are such a lot of issues and dilemmas, and I would like to summarize the three axes that or lines of work that we need to take into consideration. Regarding the EMBs, it is very difficult to generalize because there are very diverse EMBs regarding the professionalization, autonomy, and resources all along the region. Regardless of this, I think that we have to continue working and progressing to remove the parties from organizations, more coordination in the authorities, invest more in regarding the improvement of the relationship of the EMBs with the citizens and how to do to create these gladiators of democracy. Don't leave them alone, the EMBs. We have to create these stripes of the civil society in the universities with young people that have to participate on the election day. When they go out and they say there was a fraud, it's not going to be only that stakeholder against the legal authority, but it's going to be that stakeholder, the legal authority, and lots of people working in organizations like the MOE, like in organizations that are contributing and that are performing elections in parallel to the electoral authority. Don't leave alone, please, all the electoral authorities. Parties also are facing a series of dilemmas. I think that we have to check their commitment to democracy. We need more internal democratization, more internal control. Stop thinking on elections just as a mechanism to select the elite, but to think about a control mechanism. We have to depersonalize leadership. We have to have more professionalization in the parties. And if somebody is in Argentina in this very moment, or if somebody is in any country of Latin America, to tell them that democracy without party is impossible.
Así que ya lo sabemos, ya lo sabe Ecuador, ya lo sabe Perú.
Ecuador knows it, Peru knows it. We know that it's not working. So why do you insist on an idea that it's not working? And finally, I would like to finish by telling you that as we have invested a lot in the institutions, but we need to work more, invest more in the citizens. We are lacking Democrats. We are lacking to invest more in strong, robust projects, cross-sectional projects, and very plural, so that they teach people that without democracy, there is no life. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Flavia. Excellent presentation. Also, Harry's presentation was excellent. Now we will go to Alejandra so that she can tell us about her experiences from her point of view and her country. Well, thank you very much for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you. And I, of course, undersign Flavia's comments. I will use these 15 minutes to start the conversation with all of you, the attendees. I would make almost a copy paste. So I would like to start by saying what Flavia was mentioning and what she was mentioning of the powerful ideas. These powerful ideas telling us that Pacific resolution of the conflicts that we are facing as a society. And I am just taking and quoting Flavia here. That was the mechanism, or the electoral process was the best mechanism to solve the problems or the issues in the society. And I agree completely with Flavia. That has happened to us. The democratic processes, once they are done, those that win the elections continue to keep our discourses and their discourses. I mean, this ends being beneficial for the whole exercise and for the power to maintain those divisions. And the famous phrase of I won the elections and I am going to govern for everybody because I'm the president of the whole country seems to be a dated phrase, and we continue walking on this and in this phrase, on that divisions. And this is one of the topics that have created one of the weaknesses of the democratic processes, because these are not the way to pacifically solve controversies or and to find the notion of the citizens and that we are going to build a joint future. In Latin America, that we have been talking before the pandemic started and after we opened once again, after that year that we were in the lockdown, they have been speaking, almost crying to the citizens, but mostly to the elites of the political power and the economic power, the urgency of a change, the urgency of changes by naming it in different ways. But the word that we can hear in the streets, the ones that is graffitied and on the walls is change, change. And that's what they are crying for. Undoubtedly, this is an indication that citizens feel excluded from democracy, and not that society or citizens that have been always excluded, like, for example, women or the ethnic population, I mean, Afros, indigenous, and how we included to the young people in the democratic participation. No, they feel excluded from these democratic processes. The medium class that are impoverished by this. So the basis that is sustaining these empowered classes, informed classes that are discussing, debating, and making the punctual questions are the middle class, which feel excluded and silenced. Political parties clearly stop being the communication avenues to the citizens and to the interests with the decision makers facing the interests of the citizens. And that disconnection of political organizations with the citizens is on the table today. Today, there is no dialogue, no conversations between the decision makers, between the political organizations that supposedly represent the citizens, and a citizenship that clearly is not feeling represented, nor by the elites, neither by the political organizations, and they are looking for answers outside the political organizations due to this need of change, and they are trying to have an interpretation outside the elites and outside the political organizations on those matters that they think should be changed. We in Latin America have invested clear and important resources, not only economic resources, but also human resources, knowledge resources, to strengthen the democratic procedures. And we have institutions in most of the Latin American countries that are very strong, consolidated, with a huge technical capacity. But this democracy, which is a procedural democracy, is not accompanying the effort of the democracy of the citizens. I mean, we do not have a correlation in the resolution of the democratic dilemma, like, for example, poverty, impunity, inequality, exclusion. That correlation is not existing with the strengthening that we did and all the efforts and investment that we did in the procedural democracy. We have a gap, we have an abysm. It seems that the logistics of democracy, the procedural democracy, is in going one avenue and way, and the democracy dilemma are in another highway, and they are not communication, or they are not talking to each other. And with this, we are having inequality in the results of the electoral processes. The principle itself of democracy is the government for everybody. And this word for everyone or everybody is not being correspondent. And that's why we have a disenchantment of democracy and the possibility of any other type of alternative government, of whatever we call change is possible. It doesn't matter if it's uncertainty, if it's a vacuum or a gap, and there is a huge disconnection between competing by power and the reasons why the citizens are giving this power to those that they are willing to represent them. So this is translated in a representation crisis, in the support of anti-institutional discourses. They are not voting for proposals, but for eliminating what we have today, what is existing today, of what we have right now, and this includes the EMBs. It seems that the discourse is everything is good except for what we want. And this is completely dangerous when we are speaking about democratic societies that clearly are in crisis with political organizations, that they are not talking to each other or directly talking to the citizens, and that they lost the dialogue possibility. With this, we have a growing use of forms of democracy to undermine the democracy itself. And the best example is Bukele in El Salvador. I mean, he reached the power or office in order to disassemble democratic institutions that allow that access to the democracy. And at the same time, they try to eliminate the institutions that are counterweighting power. The political debate, the ideas debate, has been substituted and replaced by annulation discourses of the others, of the division of the citizens between us and them. So what did we see all along the electoral campaign that had just ended in Colombia, in social media, in the typical media, in the same discourses of the candidates? It's an us, we are the good ones, we are the proper ones, we are the people that are doing good things, we want certain country, but there is a them, they are the bad people, the people who destroy, they are the extraneous, the foreigners. We do not have to listen to them, we do not have to debate with them because it's not worth debating with them. And all this coming from basic and premises that have not been discussed. The relevant thing is not who is him or who do they represent, but what is the other. I mean, how am I going to deny the possibility of contradiction in ideas? To deny the possibility of contradiction is to deny democracy itself, the possibility to enrich and enlighten ourselves and to have political, ideological debates on the differences and the different ways and routes and solutions that we can adopt in order to overcome the different crises that we in Latin America have. So what do we have now? Fragmented societies where democratic debate has been completely annulled or canceled. And where we annul or cancel this debate, we are annulling or nullifying the premise itself, which is a plurality of the voices, that discussions are different. Since these excluding discourses have been always been there, one of the characteristics of this last electoral process is that we have undergone in Latin America is that we promote since from the power and the discourse of of them and us, and this is a very important and fundamental role. The social media, and in social media, mainly there is a mismatch in the huge amount of information, political, electoral, etc., that is possible to move in social media, and the quality of the information that not in very few cases is the one that they take into consideration to make the decisions. So this is at the end of the day what we are putting on the table. What is the political debate about? Is this about feelings? When I was looking at the end of the electoral process in Colombia, there was a question that we were making as observers, and where is politics? Where did we leave this ideas debate? The debate of the feelings, all the ideas, all the insinuations, but that we were not putting on the table the different proposals around all the issues of the country, like as the rest of Latin American countries have inclusion and fight for poverty and counteracting corruption, and they also have issues of the peasants and mainly were questions around education. So these issues end up by disappearing. So we see relentlessly that all the political organizations, the political parties, they do not achieve, even though they have a huge debate agenda, to channel those topics and to connect to the citizens, but they went going permanently
como la que señalaba Flavia, una
back to these discourses.
visiones de país diferentes, sino una polarización que se traducía en la exclusión y en la negación completamente de las ideas de ese otro, de ese extraño. Uno indiscutiblemente de los grandes retos que tiene la democracia, y en eso coincido completamente con Flavia, es en invertir en la calidad de la ciudadanía. Hemos invertido en procesos.
We have invested in electoral processes, we have invested in the electoral institutionality, but we have not invested in the quality of citizens. And we have to invest in the quality of the political organizations. It's very difficult to continue to progress to citizens that have a better quality, they have the capacity of political control if they are not part of that, I mean, the political organization. So there is no possibility at all to have a better quality in the citizens if we do not have a better quality in the political representatives. One thing goes hand in hand to the other one. And I think that this is one of the main dilemmas that we are facing in Latin America. Who are going to be and how are we going to do this bid of improving the quality of the citizens and the quality of the political representation, because we will go inside the dilemma of who was first, the egg of the chicken. Thank you very much.
Alejandra, thank you very much. Flavia, Harry, thank you very much for the excellent opinions of these processes, of the progress, of the challenges in democracy. I made some notes to underline some of the remarks made. I'm going to begin by Harry's intervention with the process focused on the Central American area. He focused on 6 of those Central American countries, and the importance of this information that he shared with us regarding surveys carried out, regarding the very little credibility of political parties, of electoral bodies, and also the responsible parties, of why policies and why countries are going through these various situations in Latin America. And one of the topics is that politicians should be serving their population and not serve themselves from the population. And this is a topic that's being mentioned a lot, and it's something that we have to learn about. We have to see how we can work on this process of improving a little the quality of the political parties and the politicians at large as the responsible parties, because democracy depends on the participation of political parties, or at least robust political parties, and that are working for citizens. Flavia talked a lot about plural societies as well as inequalities. She also talked about the important progress of the last 40 years. We shouldn't be so negative regarding the processes that we have seen up to today. We have had improvements. We have had more than 200 elections lately in the last 40 years, and where the representation of women and of minorities has also been something that should be highlighted. Of course, we need more equality in these processes. Another topic that we should underline in Flavia's presentation is the capacity of dialogue among politicians. We have seen this among many stakeholders in many countries where you have a certain political party in power and they basically stop having a dialogue with others. And it's like what Alejandra was also saying, it's like them and us. And it's related to the topic that we are the ones that are going to give you all the solutions. And they or them are the ones that did not know how to do things in the past. So it's just a game that goes back and forth, and these debates are taking place on a continuous basis. Another topic that Flavia talked about was the topic of democracies that have been worn due to irresponsible elites. And these elites are not just with policies. I think we have to talk about the process of the economy. We have to even talk about religious elites, where there is a concept of empowerment and decision making on behalf of these elites, where they follow a path that they are recommending. And the home court advantage, we have seen this because of the excess of financing used in very non-transparent ways. And obviously this means that some of these actors in one way or another have more possibilities of winning an election or not. And finally, Flavia talks about three important topics, which are electoral bodies, diversity, and resources that they each have, going from Mexico all the way to Argentina, Chile, as well as various processes that the electoral bodies use. However, I do agree with her with the fact that we should be able to group or have the support of organizations as national and international electoral observers, people from academia that can lend support in electoral processes to ensure that it's not just on behalf of one specific electoral body. To the contrary, that we can be including more and more people. Political parties also need to have an internal review, be more democratic, and have further professionalization. And also we have the topic of something that we have not been mentioning, which is to work with our citizens because of their lack of democracy. I don't think it's so much a lack of democracy as much as it is the fact that the citizens have to understand how democratic processes work in their country. Alejandra talked about the political disconnection between the decision makers and citizens. She referred a lot to what Flavia also talked about. She also stated the procedural democracy versus democratic citizens, and also loss of dialogue. We go back to the lack of dialogue that exists between stakeholders within the political process of our countries. I think this is a process where there is not just one savior for the country. You have to work jointly among politicians, with civil society, working with politicians, with academia, as well as other stakeholders that exist in the process of governmental democracy. So all of these processes should be highlighted. It's like with what the panelists stated. And I think that now we can answer some of the questions that our audience has made. We have people watching this panel. And so let's read one of the questions. Elections have become such a routine activity. Do you think the citizens are losing interest in it because of this? Do you think that outsiders become more attractive candidates? This is the question. Is the fact that elections have become a routine a factor of why voters have lost interest in the election? Flavia, let's begin with you. Could you answer that question, please? I think that that's one way of seeing it, but I don't agree. I think that one of the causes of why people have lost interest in the capacity of generating hope is because the people perceive that these elections are not resolving their problems. It's not because it's a routine, it's because these elections are not offering any results of well-being that they would expect. I have a story that had a strong impact on me when we had the terrible situation in Spain of the terrorist attacks of Atocha. Up to that point, all the scholars said that the citizens were apathetic. They said that the people weren't participating, that there were low levels of intervention in public life. They talked about how the political parties of Spain controlled everything, that they didn't have a dialogue with citizens, etc. And one of my professors had said to me, look at absenteeism. What happens if there is a critical situation? Do people come out of their homes to help or not? Do they come out or not to fight for democracy? And I was thinking about that, but after the attack in La Tocha, yes, of course, there was a routine of the elections, and it's like how they would decide to distribute the power. But when people perceived that the system was threatened, like at that moment, we all came out and we saw what happened in the changes of government. And there was a huge mobilization of people in streets, and the youth who supposedly was not interested in politics was interested. What they weren't interested in was the way they were doing it. So they wanted to find a different way to participate. And then it was processed inside the system that is now the government to generate an alternative. So I think that we should expect that routines be a routine where people organize elections and the politicians participate and the citizens go out and vote, and that be held throughout time. That is wonderful for democracy. But we see public policies and they're not answering to the basic needs of citizens. Well, we can't go forward with ineffective, irresponsible, or unloyal people. And you may say, well, what is the solution? I believe in this, and believe me, I'm a neuroinstitutionalist, and I have been studying institutions for 20 years of my life. But I think the key is that we have to focus on the people. The people have to become responsible for these institutions. And I think people should stop seeing these institutions and political parties as something that has nothing to do with them. I think we have to change that discourse. But to do so, we have to offer results and we have to contribute to moderate these spaces. The crisis of the political parties is the crisis of the political parties in the center that are in power and that through their politics have not been able to offer solutions to the issues in Latin America. But it seems like the extremes are not in such a crisis. We have alternatives in some countries and others that are coming from the extremes. But I think we know that to govern, we need to include the center. So Juan Esperanza Casullo wrote an analysis that I think is so relevant. You empty out the center because the center political parties cannot respond to the needs of the people, and then they have to refill it, and we have to moderate, and they have to go to the center. They have to include more actors. These are the populists. The issue is that in this path, it's like what Ale was saying. They boost the exclusion with the other, and they do it not from the outskirts, but with the middle part, making us believe that we don't have a right to all live in community, and we cannot allow for that. Flavia, there is also a question. Should voting be mandatory and with sanctions? Do you think people will participate once again in elections? Well, in our region, we have various experiences. We have various models. We have the mandatory votes. And for example, in Bolivia and Ecuador, it didn't help. So if I have cases where it's not working, well, I don't think we should use that variable. What I'm saying is that if I have a crisis of representation and I have a crisis of articulation, I always make a difference between representing and articulating or putting together. Political parties have many roles, but one is to be there on behalf of, and another one is that in that representation to be able to include diverse interests. And I think that the problem of the political parties in the region has not been able to have the capacity of bringing together the diverse interests. So you can have my leader, Alvaro Caram, and he was representing. And what was he doing? He was having a discourse in the 90s of separation, of distinction, of confrontation with the others. And the people liked that. And he was representing the people. What he did not have and what his political party did not have was to be able to bring together the interests of the various groups beyond those that he represented. He couldn't sit down with the social Christians or cristeros, or he couldn't sit down with people that weren't like him. And I think that's the issue of Latin American political parties, that they don't have any bridges. They don't even have strategic bridges. And when they do it, you don't trust them, right? It's like in Colombia, they have a national agreement. Everything is going to be a national agreement. And who is going to exert the position? Because in a democracy, you need government and you need opposition. You can't all be the same. You cannot do that. I think we have to have national agreements that are at a macro level. You have to have these big pacts, but somebody has to exert the opposition, and we should not stigmatize the idea that opposition is not necessary. No, a responsible, loyal, differentiated opposition is so important in a democracy, just as a responsible government. So that's my answer. Thank you. For Alejandra, we have a question. Alejandra says that people yell at their government because they are not listened to. Would you go into further detail regarding the fact that today you do not vote for what represents you? Instead, you vote for what's far from the government in power? When I made this statement, What I was saying is that the demands of change that were strengthened with the pandemic have put like big headlines that say we wanted to change. And one of the biggest problems that we had in Latin America was that poor people, and we knew that there were more and more people, and we see it right in our face in our democratic systems. There was an exclusion of citizens when we had the health crisis of COVID. So this need of change, what has caused in some regions is that nothing that we have works. Nothing has allowed us to overcome this economic crisis, this social crisis, and education crisis that was generated in younger populations. We have no way of participating in a democratic system. And in various countries in Latin America, we have seen how they mention that we need changes, we need changes, we need changes. And then they say nor the elites nor political organizations or the governments that are in power now are working, because this is what happened. There is a complete lack of connection between what generated the pandemic and the needs that people had. And I also think it's very important to remember that in Latin America in 2019, we had all these movements in Chile, Colombia, Bolivia, where they began to make requests of the political elites and economic elites of reforms. And then they blow up and they strengthen in the pandemic. Their message was, what we have now is useless. You were not able to manage the crisis of the pandemic in favor of citizens. It was not accomplished. You lost. That's why we want something else. And what exists is useless. And that is so dangerous, because we destroy institutions and we question institutions that for decades have worked in democracy, in the different types of democracy. And today, these institutions and the political organizations and the people that they represent are being questioned. They are doubted because it seems like they did not accomplish what they were supposed to. And that's why we had so many important changes in government in Latin America. Some people want to have less democracy and others who want autocracy, and with a denial of a possibility of opposition within their own countries.
Perfecto, gracias, Alejandra. Una pregunta para Harry.
I have a question for Harry, and this has to do with this process of, can you say that democracy in Latin America is being developed in various ways? For example, in each sub-region, when you talk about Central America, but also North America, the Caribbean, the Andean region. What is this process of different processes of changes, or is there a generalized context of the changes that are taking place currently in Latin America? Before I answer that question, I would like to say something regarding the question that was presented to Flavia regarding elections being too routinary. I think that we wanted in the past for our elections to be a routine activity in our country. We would do it in transitions, and the aspiration was to have elections every 4 or 5 years. However, once we did this, we took this path that is now consolidated. We have different electoral processes. We have elections for president. We have non-simultaneous elections. We have elections for legislature, primary elections. We have open, closed, some take place on the same day in different days. We have internal elections of political parties to choose the very short period. And that is different to the aspirations that we had in the very beginning, where we said, I hope we can at least have general elections that will be free and competitive. And I don't know if there's any research on it, but I think that this is a question that presents a very interesting hypothesis. If there was some kind of saturation because there were too many elections in a short period, well, maybe there is validity to the idea that they're becoming too routine. And then you always see media talking about the candidates and the debates and this and that. I don't know if there are any studies regarding this, but I actually think it's a quite interesting hypothesis to be studied, especially if we have political parties like Flavia was saying, if I understood her correctly, is that they have difficulty in mobilizing their population. And I think we saw it through the numbers that I shared. Because these are political parties that are maybe not presenting inclusive political projects. They just talk about free, open elections, but the population is not interested because they feel like it's not going to resolve any of the issues that they have. In some cases, that is structural. For example, Colombia has very high absenteeism. And I go back to the case of Central America. For example, in Costa Rica, they have problem of people not going out to vote in Costa Rica. And there are studies regarding this. And they clearly see that the lack of participation in Costa Rica is closely linked to the political parties and the representation of the interests of the people. So that was the first question. Now, the first question was not mine, but I thought it was interesting and I wanted to comment on it. Now, if we go to the second question and we go to the democratic processes in various regions, I would like to build on what Alejandra just stated. By the end of 2019, like Alejandra mentioned, we were going through processes of protests that were very strong and important. We talked about the case of Ecuador, Peru, Colombia. Peru, because of institutional matters. And in Colombia and in Ecuador and in Chile, it happened at the same time. I mean, it was practically the same month. And I have to include Panama. Nobody knew about this because it was very small, but we also had mobilizations in Panama. And it was occurring in the same date at the end of 2019. And the pandemic, for some of the governments, helped them because the attention went to a different direction, except for Chile, where they responded quickly and they were able to have the assembly that I think is going to conclude right around these dates. And once the pandemic calms down, we have mobilizations, for example, in Ecuador, and the mobilizations that began at the end of 2019 reoccur. And for example, we have the case of Colombia. And what I'm trying to say with this is that in general terms, throughout the region, no matter however we divide it up, we see that the processes are quite similar.
La disrupción que hay en la mitad.
We see the disruption that we have in half of the Spanish-speaking countries, but we can also see it in Colombia. We can see it in Chile. And we think it will also happen in Brazil. We talked about the populations of the countries where they're not participating because they don't trust their political parties. They don't trust politicians. They don't trust electoral bodies. And they do not believe that elections come to changes and good results. So they're looking for different options, outsiders, sometimes insiders, that present themselves as outsiders, but the population throughout Latin America are looking for changes. And I close with this. We have been very critical, but I would have to say that democracy is working if the population is offering itself the possibility of change.
Thank you very much, Harry. And there is a last question. And this is in general for all of you, whoever wants to answer, which would be the change or the transformation that the parties might have, the political parties might have, to be accord to the era and to gain trust with the citizens. I don't know who would like to start, please, by answering this question. Patricia, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Alejandra, please. Well, I'm going to speak for Colombia. Maybe for some of you that are here in these meetings, it's quite interesting for you what just happened. Two phenomena occurred, and these are very interesting to analyze to see what happened there. And I'm going to make a relationship between the changes and the political organization. We went to a runoff where we had citizens asking, crying for change. Both candidates represented changes, different changes, but they were the huge capital letters in red, in bold letter of change. And none of them had the support of the traditional political organizations in Colombia. And this is the first time that this happens. This implied another type of mobilization of the citizens and another way in which the citizens were having the relationship with the political campaigns. What does this mean? This means that both candidacies showed the defeat of the traditional political organizations in the electoral processes. I mean, the traditional political organizations were set aside of the presidential election, And the same day that we did the consultation to define who were going to compete in March 13 to the competition for the first runoff, then we did the Congress elections. Now, how are we going to interpret or to construe this? The first political force was the historic part, which is the elected president. And be careful with this, pay attention. The second largest votation and the third one were from the liberal and the conservative parties. I mean, the traditional parties in Colombia. I mean, traditional parties of these bi-parties. So they were the parties that were defeated. So we have several questions. There is a disassociation between what we elected for the presidential election and for the legislative branch. The citizens have a very different panorama or overview, and they don't find the connections. I mean, the second runoff is going to one of the candidates that of 200 and something seats only have 12 in the low chamber, the representative house, the House of Representatives. So where is the representation that they have? And this relationship is good. And unfortunately, one of the answers, but we have to continue working on this answer, is all the clientelist relationships that are very anchored at the local level. I mean, exchange relationships between the citizens and those who are the political representatives. But the position of the presidency was very clear. Here we have some challenges for the political associations. If the issue that solved specifically who we're going to vote them for is how am I going to use all this information for the good of some communities. Obviously, the political parties are called to check internally themselves in order to be able to create internal democratic mechanisms which allow to include the citizens, and at the same time they are able to refresh the institutional life of the political parties. If they do not achieve this, the crisis is going to be deepened. And it's going to deepen because when you have a presidentialist government, which it's looking for some changes, and it's not going to be translated in the local clientelism in the next elections, in the next year's elections, which are the local elections, political parties, traditional political parties are going to be empty. So these are the challenges for the political parties in Colombia. We need political parties that are democratized. Colombian political parties is a summation or an addition of regional parties, not democratic parties, political parties who represent interests, communities, which are representing agendas. Today, they are not representing such things. And political organizations that are capable to reconstruct the new Colombian agendas that are not anchored to the conflict, nor violence, etc. The agendas that appeared in this electoral process for the first time in the last 50 years are not anchored to the negotiations with illegal armed groups. They are anchored to the poverty, economy, in labor inclusion, reactivation of economy and education issues, and of course, connectivity, speaking in general. So those agendas were not known for the election of their president, and they didn't know how to interpret this, and they were speaking about the agendas pre-peace process, mainly that they have to reinterpret, reconstruct themselves. And that was the crisis that they had for the presidency election. But that was not seen in the Congress. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Flavia? Yes. I would need like 1 hour to answer this question, and I think that I have 2 minutes. So I am going to give you a politically correct answer, which is what people like, which is the parties are not working and that the parties have a crisis, are in crisis, and that we have to transform them, and we have to say everything that Ale said, and I agree with everything that she said. And there is another answer which is more complex, that it's not true that not all the parties are working. So there are some parties that are winning the elections, that they are working, that they are achieving to engage, to connect with some sectors or parts of the population. And I like to give you as an example 2018 in Mexico, and I would like to set as an example Correism in Ecuador back then. And I use also Boric and his party and his coalition in Chile. So there are party expression under that umbrella of the party, which includes organization forms, very different, some more institutionalized, some other more slack and more clientelist. But if they are winning in the elections, even though when they are only one leader and it's only one leader, the one that is the people feels that it's his representative or their representative. So I think that we have to rethink that the institution as we have thought it as a mass integration party, the classical European model of organization, because that's what it's not working. So what to do? Well, I think that, and when Ale was mentioning, there were expression forms, connection, mobilization of the civil association and alternatives in the second runoff. I saw it with my Colombian friends. They went out to the streets. They were mobilizing themselves. They knew that they didn't want them to win. And I think that when you are convinced that that cannot be, so if you abide by one party and one candidacy to achieve their victory. So I saw this in Colombia and I saw it in other contexts. So I think that there is a revision, and I am in debt along these lines, because I have the same question, what to do with the parties in order to transform them. And it's not enough for me to tell them that they need to be more democratic, but there is also a discussion about what does it mean to be democratic, what to be, for example, an election that is just passing by every 4 years and there is no internal competition, and would ratify the candidates is that the own territorial leaders are setting aside. I don't think that this is the solution, that this is a very more wide and broad process that has to do with transparency, control, accountability, etc. So I think that I am short in my comments, and maybe I would like to think on which is a good agenda to discuss in order to professionalize and to create autonomy and institutionalization in the political parties. Honoring my teacher, Pane Bianco, that he told us a long time ago that we should have to look the internal organization of the parties. Thank you very much, Flavia. Harry, do you have any comments in this regard? Yes. I agree with what Flavia said, but I would like to be coherent with what I said at the beginning. I think that democracy-wise, to focus on the political parties, even though this is important, is absolutely insufficient. I would think on how are we going to do to reconnect the population with politics. And in order to do this, I think that we have to create communities, a political community. We have political communities in Latin America that are sure that they don't have their basic needs satisfied. There is a lot of people, a bunch of people that is not participating in the political life. And we need to open this political community so that everybody is engaged and we all participate in that. And this is about renewing the social pacts and agreements of our country so that the political community is broadened, so that we are able to exert our rights. And this specifically, the renewal of our social pacts in the countries has to do with the priority reforms, the ones that have less. When we achieve this, which is the social pacts or agreements that they have been achieved, that have been achieved in other parts of the world, then we will be able to see and talk on how to reconnect the population with the organization and with specific organizations and institutions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Harry. This is a very important topic, mainly in the political parties, because they are the vehicles representing these electoral processes that are competitive within our society. And I think that some of you, and as you were mentioning, many of these political parties are like the dinosaurs. They have not renewed the process, or they were extinct because precisely of being very not capable to have a relationship with population and to represent, and mainly regarding corruption. I think that this is another issue that we should have to address and that we didn't address enough, which was corruption, which is within, or that lies within all the political processes. That's why the inequality that the population is living for or with the political parties and the politicians or the political representatives. Not all of them are like this, but if we have one, it's going to rot the whole bunch of apples. So this is what I also think that we should have to start doing, to have a little bit more of openness and transparency and more representation at the local level. I think that the population, as Alejandra was mentioning, that there are political parties or political processes that are winning the presidential elections. And the other one, it's not the case of El Salvador, for example. It's not the case of Mexico, with Morena in Mexico and with Nuevas Ideas in El Salvador, where basically they swept off in the presidential and in the both houses. So we have to look for some alternatives based on the experiences of each one of the countries, to see which are they and how are we able to help these processes to become more democratic, more open, and more participative, so that people start to trust again on the electoral processes, on the democratic processes in our region. So I think that all the opinions rendered here, all the comments, all the questions that you posted in this panel, I hope that they have lots of success. I congratulate Alejandra, Flavia, and Harry for your very clear interventions and very forthcoming, because that's the way we have that's the way we have to be. We have to say things as they are and very clear. And the only thing that we can do now is to continue supporting these processes, these meetings where we are able to exchange ideas and to be able to clarify a little bit more this picture of how we can improve even from the standpoint of the donors, so that they know where to invest in democracy. So these kind of things are being recorded and noted by us. And once again, I would like to thank the INE and all the organizers who supported this event. And once again, thank you very much for inviting us, for inviting me as a moderator of this excellent and exclusive panel. And thank you very much to our three presenters. Once again, thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Thank you very much, Patricio. Thanks for the moderation of this excellent panel. As we can see by the comments that we are receiving on the social media, they are acknowledging the quality and the excellent ideas and the rich ideas that were rendered here. I think that in our mind, they leave the importance of the attention and the care that we must have with the electoral bodies. We talk about political parties, society, etc. Yes, but Harry, what he said regarding the lack of trust or of the in the EMBs, and Flavia was speaking about the 40 years of democracy in Latin America and the elections, or all these issues that we have with elections, what we are learning is that nothing is given. We have to rebuild on a daily basis all these processes. And today in this forum, which is not exclusive of INE, here we are including 18 organizations in this worldwide movement for electoral democracy, apathy and inefficiency of democracy as in power or in office has shown its limitations, and which is impacting the electoral democracy. This apathy, this disenchantment, this non-participation or lack of participation. I was seeing that 10% of all elections that they have in 1 year, only 10% voted or went to vote. So this is something that we have to take care in the new context that we are living. We were saying that this is a new era. This is a new era. So we have to set aside this pre and post pandemic era. We now to use new values, the progress of technology, the plurality of society, the passion to banalize politics, and when the soldiers won. So democracy before was you and me. But this is not a regression. This is not a setback. Democracy is how are you and I going to coexist. I mean, we eliminate each other. In democracy, no, this is a little bit more complex, and this is a huge change for the EMBs. Thank you very much once again for this excellent panel. We will have a break, and in 15 more minutes, we are going to have the last panel of the day. Thank you very much, Patrick. Thanks to all of you.
Muy buenos días, tengan todas y todos
Good
ustedes.
morning to all of you. Good afternoon.
Americano.
If you are abroad and not in the Americas, today, Wednesday, June 29th, 2022, we are in the third panel of this second day of the Summit for Electoral Democracy for the Americas. I would like to inform to you that we have just done the Summit for Europe on June 8th and 9th. We have planned for July 25th and 26th the summit in Africa, and August 11 and 12 with Asia electoral authorities. And in brief, we will confirm the dates for the Arab region. Today, I am going to introduce Mr. Máximo Saldívar, who is the General Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of IFES, and he is going to be our moderator. You have the floor. Thank you very much, my dear Manuel. On behalf of the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, I would like to thank the INE for the opportunity to participate in this excellent forum. And what a better way to end this day of the institutional messages of three organizations that are not only friends and partners of this forum, but they are fundamental for the electoral democracy in our region, who are going to show a very pluralistic vision. The OAS, before the democracy of the hemisphere, and moreover, since 2001, when they adopted the Inter-American Charter, where they make the defense of democracy as a public good. We have with us Francisco Guerrero Aguirre, Secretary of Strengthening Democracy of OAS, who are coaching the electoral processes, which has been crucial to share the information with the region. We have with us Jose Thompson, Executive Director of the IDIH. And we also have the director of the Electoral Observatory of COPAL, undoubtedly the largest forum in Latin America that are going to show their party perspective regarding the defense of electoral democracy. So we have with us today Dolores Gandulfo, who is the director of this Electoral Observatory. Without further ado, and taking into consideration the time, you have the floor, Mr. Secretary. Thank you very much, Max, and I would like to greet all my colleagues, Manuel Carrillo of the INE. Without him, it wouldn't be possible to have this important forum. I would also like to greet Dolores Gandulfo Huencopal and Pepe Thompson. And as we have a very few time and we have the timer set on our screens, I would like to deeply thank the invitation to you, and Secretary Almaro has been present during the opening ceremony. And it is very important to tell you that in this half century of a constitutional regime and the rule of law, we should say that runs from 1978 to the year 2022, regional democracy with some issues and some breakthroughs has achieved to consolidate what we wish it would be a community of democracies. Max was mentioning that the job of our secretaries and ministries is precisely to strengthen democracy. And this is given amongst all this backsliding that democracy is suffering. I have heard some other talks in this democracy forum, and they have made some questioning about this situation, but I would like to add some topics that are very updated. Misinformation in electoral context, fake news, and of course, something that I would like to set as the center, the core of the matter. The campaigns to discredit the electoral bodies, this or the attack that they are suffering. This is a phenomenon that we are not only seeing or living in Latin America and the Caribbean, but in other parts of the world. And this goes together with the viral process of digital violence. And of course, digital violence is not helping democracy and governability, because it is planting a phenomenon which is permanent, which is the phenomenon of polarization, political polarization that we have been living. Along these lines, I would like to tell you, very confident, because I've been working during the whole pandemic, that even though the situation, the circumstances of polarization, even though the circumstance of the permanent attack to the electoral bodies, and of course, even though misinformation and negative campaigns, electoral processes have been able to be developed in a satisfactory manner during the pandemic. And this is something that since the critics acknowledge in certain manner, but if we go deeper in the analysis, we have to acknowledge that even in extremely polarized situations, we have achieved the pacific transition of a power. And this is an achievement which is amazing, that has been proven after 20 years of existence of the Democratic Inter-American Charter. Some days ago, we've been witnessing, for example, in Colombia, that after a very polarized and complex campaign, we are now in a pacific transition of power, and dialogue is one of the main actors amongst the exchanges of those that were candidates, the one that won. And this speaks for the fact that there are many things that can we have to be concerned, but the important things is the chapter of democracy. It is living in the continent, and at the end of the day, at the end of the year, we will go as an observators as in the elections of Brazil. Along these lines, I would like to say that the missions of electoral observation are undoubtedly a political heritage, a cultural heritage of the Americas. And along these lines, as you know, with some exceptions, the OAS helps, at least in 28 of the countries that are members of the OAS have had some observatory missions. The team that Ricardo de Casa is head of has achieved more than 300 observatory missions recently, the OAS, when they completed the observation mission in Grenada. We have 301 now, and it seems easy, but to set this program, electoral program, which is something that we should have to be proud of. To give you some figures to substantiate what I'm telling you, in the Americas in the last 2021-2022 era, we have had 13 elections in 2021-27, and we will finish the year 2022 with 11 electoral processes divided between the presidential elections and legislative and international and processes, democracy processes. So if I would have to choose a trend by which we should have to be very careful of, is of course in the strengthening of the social credit of trust of electoral institutions. Every time an electoral body is attacking the region without any foundations, democracy suffers, and they suffer because the arbitrator is, at the end of the day, the only one with the legal, constitutional, and regulatory powers in order to decrease this political conflict. And it's important to stress out this, because during the Summit of the Americas, of course, we discussed in a very deep manner of the need of strengthening the missions, which we continue working on it, and we continue to achieve this, and we still have the trust of the large democracies of the continent, but also the need to strengthen the role of the arbitrators in the framework of the political contest. Along these lines, one of the huge lessons that we have had from computerized revolution is that the authorities also have to update the strategies in order to defend their powers, but also to communicate politically with the citizens.
Obviously, electoral observation will continue with its work as well as the electoral institutions. But both courts and administrative bodies have been called to a process of updating that is much more intense, especially in their political communication. It's not correct, it's not appropriate for these campaigns of belittling be accepted. To the contrary, I think that one of the things that we have learned in the pandemic is that the observation missions, hand in hand with the technical work of the electoral bodies, are a good medicine to fight against these discrediting campaigns. And of course, I'm sharing my experience as part of an ex-employee of INE. So I think it's recommended that the INE makes so we can continue participating in these forums virtually, so we can continue discussing and assessing all issues related to elections. We will continue working with OAS on these aspects, and I look forward to listening to my colleagues. And I concluded almost on time, so I am excited to listen to my colleagues now. Now we go to Jose Thompson. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good day, good afternoon. I warmly greet my panelist colleagues, Max, Paco, Dolores, and of course, I want to greet all of the team headed by Manuel Carrillo of International Affairs of INE. He has had the role as an engine for all these dynamics of working on democracy and its issues around the world. And I think that you know all about this, but I think we should look at the past to look to the future. We were founded approximately 40 years ago as part of the Institute of Human Rights, the Inter-American Institute of Human Rights. And we wanted to have a specialized body on elections and human rights. And this was something very novel. And it followed two main ideas: that political rights are human rights, and something that has been consolidated nationally and internationally, and that allows us to have these types of dialogues and exchange of ideas globally. And democracy of human rights and human rights go hand in hand with the legitimacy of the origin of democracies. We were being optimistic in creating a specialized center on electoral matters in an era where authoritarianism was prevailing. But we were able to recover democracy in the region. And we were able to do it thanks to hundreds of projects of technical assistance based mainly on horizontal cooperation. We were also able to carry out activities and generate doctrines that were very important to establish the foundation of democracy in the region. We were also able to participate in hundreds of observation missions this process, and we were able to set up the first associations of electoral observations in our regions. And we continue serving as an executive secretariat. But currently, when we thought that authoritarianism, anti-democratic values, and respect for truth and questioning of democracy and human rights had been left behind forever, we have seen them reappear, producing backsliding. We already have backsliding in some countries and systems. We see fractions in democracy in more than one case, and we have processes that are not very democratic and that have been replicated throughout the region and world. In the worst of the cases, democracy has been completely lost, and we have to think about how we can recover democracy. Because when elections are lost or distorted, what you have after that is not democracy ever. And that is the reason why we celebrate the opportunity of this continued effort to analyze how we can promote democracy, elections in the world. In other cases, democracy has not completely lost. However, they belittle the democratic institutions and electoral authorities. In the great majority of the cases, without any basis, without any justification. And all they want to do is to generate a lack of confidence and trust in electoral processes. And even ghosts that we thought were completely gone have come back again, and they talk about the concept of fraud. So how are we reacting with the closeness that we have to the electoral bodies? Well, first of all, by doing academic research, compared research, to detect not only the current harm of democracy, but also assess parameters to see how possible deterioration could come forth. And secondly, by promoting the exchange among electoral authorities in the Tikal Protocol, Quito Protocol, and the Inter-American Organization of Electoral Bodies, UNODE. Because this exchange does not only allow us to see trends and understand that the questioning of electoral authorities are not just taking place nationally, but they also allow us to generate alliances and solidarity among institutions, which are fundamental so that electoral authorities can generate strategies regarding how to react in the face of this minefield that we are going through. And we also want to defend the preservation of democratic principles in forums, seminars, gatherings, Zoom sessions. There are hundreds of them, and many of them that are related to the appearance, development, and effects of the pandemic and of its aftermath. And every opportunity we have is a good opportunity to remember that we cannot sacrifice democracy or rights. And these are critical situations. And finally, by promoting cooperation in horizontal ways on technical aspects in the region, knowing that technical mistakes or human mistakes can seriously harm the credibility of electoral processes and of those who are elected in this framework. We have witnessed that technical matters still have a fundamental role in the credibility of electoral processes. Fortunately, we have a lot of talent in our region and various technical aspects that have to do with the complexity of an electoral process. And we also have huge generosity of electoral bodies in facilitating the presence of technicians to lend support in processes of other areas. And this exchange is so valuable. In the future, we want to continue down this path, always following the conviction that it's possible and necessary to recover democracy completely and its rights. That's why the slogan that we chose for this year with COVID or after COVID is to build better democracies with more rights and not allow backsliding. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jose, for your participation. So we now give the floor to Dolores Gandulfo. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Maximo. And first of all, I want to say thank you to Manuel and your team for organizing this summit for electoral democracy. And also inviting Copal. And thank you for considering us as an important stakeholder in this debate. Francisco, Jose, it's a great pleasure to share with OAS and CAPEL, who have so much experience in electoral observation. And we have coincided and we have been able to exchange experiences. First of all, of course, I want to say thank you to all of you who are listening to us in this virtual format. First of all, I want to tell you what Copal is so we can put into context the work that we do. Copal is an organization that has more than 69 political parties of Latin America and the Caribbean. It was created in the 79 with participation in Mexico. And we were going through dictatorship processes and within our framework. And we know where the Electoral Institute has so much to do with us. They offered so much solidarity with us regarding the difficult moment that we went through. And so the political parties that are more progressive, that are of the center and left side, had the challenge of rethinking how we can have these democratic processes in the region and what is the challenge of the political parties within this context. We have the electoral observation that had its origin in 2016 when the political parties of Copal thought that it would be important to assess the electoral processes in each one of the countries, and likewise be a place where we can improve our electoral processes and also nurture political parties in their participation and also be closer to our citizens. That is something that has been mentioned so much, that we need to represent our citizens and be closer to our citizens. And these political parties need to learn how to do this. And so what we did was to organize ourselves to observe elections. The idea was to learn and generate recommendations for the electoral bodies. And I think that one of the first learnings that took place and that I think is interesting in the exchange and cooperation in these firms has been precisely the pandemic. The pandemic has made new things possible. I mean, despite the difficulties of mobility as human beings because of the pandemic, and obviously this has to do with electoral observation, but electoral observations were not stopped. And obviously, thanks to organizations like ours, we promoted activities even within this situation. But also electoral bodies worked very hard on the understanding that international observation is vital. We have offered many guarantees to our international observers to participate in the processes. So I think that this has been one of the main challenges overcome. We were able to perform hybrid observations that we wouldn't have thought of in the past, and that was thanks to the solidarity and the arbitrators of the electoral bodies. And on the other hand, the pandemic expressed the need of the electoral bodies having close contact and sharing their experiences. I remember that the first election that we participated in as an observation mission was in the Dominican Republic on July 5th, 2020. And this was a trigger where the central board was able to learn from all of us because we had elections in a pandemic and it was a very critical context in the Dominican Republic. And then we were able to work with other electoral bodies that also had to have elections within the same context. In Copal, we have been able to develop a publication that has to do with the electoral participation in the pandemic. And we have also gathered the citizen participation in this difficult context where we were saying, with what Jose was talking about, we talk about political rights that are human rights. The right to health is another human right. So that's why we had to coincide with all these and guarantee it. So I think it's been a very good practice. And in the future, it allows us to see how electoral bodies coming together and working together with other organizations that work on international observation can rethink the new challenges that we have to face. I think there is a relevant point. I heard some of the conclusions of the European summit, and they're very similar to what we have heard yesterday and today. And I'm sure that tomorrow we will continue on with this topic, which is the crisis of political parties, the traditional political parties. In Copal, we are working on this. And we have developed a document that's called Consensus 2020, and it talks about how can the political parties truly meet the needs of the citizens that they are expressing. We see this throughout Latin America, and they have to have a closer relationship with political parties. And it's like I heard from Flavia, she was not only talking about how we rethink democracy internally, but also rethink how for us who believe in political parties and how we consider that they are fundamental in democracy. And many of the countries in their constitutions state that. How can we make sure that these political parties can adapt to the demands of the citizens? And this is how we improve the quality of democracy. I think that when we see certain studies that take place in this topic, we have to see what is the situation of the citizens in democracy. We don't discuss democracy as a political regime. What we are discussing is that they are not meeting the basic needs of our citizens. And that's where we have to rethink our processes. Obviously, the political parties have a huge responsibility. And also in the topic that Francisco and Jose were talking about of not allowing for other leaders attacking these institutions. And I think this has to do with working with our citizens and trying to unify something that unfortunately is so separated, which is the agenda of the citizens and the political parties. And that's how Copal is working. And we see that this is being done in many other institutions that are rethinking the way we work. So I want to respect the time. So I conclude my intervention now. And I just want to invite us all to rethink our democratic process so that we can think of a healthy, inclusive democracy that meets the need of our people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dolores. Thank you for this intervention. I want to say thank you to the three panelists for your presentations this afternoon. Due to time restraints, I'm going to very briefly summarize the common points. And of course, we must protect democracy. We don't want more fracturing. We don't want to have backsliding, and we don't want to have anti-democratic actors in the different phases that we have seen in Latin America. And we want to underline the importance of the strength of the electoral bodies precisely to have a common front in this attack against democracy and be able to have a quick reaction and the parameters to be able to measure these anti-democratic actions. I loved what our secretary stated when he said that the electoral chapter of democracy is still alive. And that's what we must strengthen, protect, maintain, and not fall in the game of disinformation as electoral arbitrators, because we see that we are under attack. So now we have to take on an important role defending democracy and political rights, just like Jose mentioned. And it's also very important, and what caught my attention is that Dolores mentioned the strength that electoral authorities presented during the pandemic and now in this threat of democracy, how this solidarity in the region is being seen, where we are cooperating more to maintain our democracy and protect the integrity of elections for this year and the coming years. So thank you three so much. Manuel, thank you so much. And I wish you the best of success on day 3 for the culmination of this summit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Max. Thank you very much to our panelists. I would like to highlight that this is a collective effort. There are 18 organizations involved here in America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Arab region, because this is a global problem and we have to offer a global answer according to the specific conditions of each culture, of the history of each country, and the correlation of forces and the means for each democracy. Thank you very much for your presence, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you.